Man, tomorrow is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a milestone for Hytale. I'm sure everyone's familiar with the concept of the 2-week Minecraft phase, right? The where most people will start up a Minecraft world and they'll play it for 2 weeks, and then they'll get bored, and then they'll stop playing, and then they'll play something else. Hytale's coming up on that 2-week mark. And I'm still enjoying the game. Now, I had a personal world, but I went and deleted that personal world and started it over because I just started throwing mods into that world. And it got to the point where it was just like, alright, this is just too much. I could remove the mods. I'm pretty sure I could, and it would just make a backup and then just remove the modded items. But since I added the RPG leveling system, that probably would have caused problems with it being removed because it adds references to like the character's data or something. So if you remove it, it just kind of bricks everything. So it'd be better just to start over anyway. And I hate doing that because I want to have a long-term world, and this playthrough world, I guess, is going to be the one that's going to be it. This world has mods in it as well. Mainly it's mods that either add things to the game that I would like, or it changes something that's an aspect of the game that I find annoying. Here, let me quit to the main menu for the third time. I'll rattle off the mods that I have active on the Azura's Adventures in Hytale world. That's the world I've only been playing on stream. So of course there's better horses, and then there's better maps. So better horses just makes it so horses don't run away, and that's just there temporarily until they add in animal husbandry. Then I'll drop it. You've got better map. That's there until Hytale overhauls the maps, the in-game map, to not just be like the immediate area around you. I kind of like mods like voxel map in Minecraft, where it only reveals parts of the map that you've been to or been close to, and it just like uncovers the map as you go. So it's like as you explore your world, you have a larger and larger map, and that's something that's missing in Hytale right now, which is surprising considering this is a game is centered around exploration. You would think, I would think that having the ability to see where you've been would be a priority, but maybe there's other things that are just a higher priority like right now. I mean, maybe it was a priority at one point, and then the game got canceled, and then it got bought back, and then they're basically trying to rush out something playable. So we'll see as time goes on. Maybe better map will be redundant. What I do know right now is there is a bug in Hytale that's not caused by better map, because I have spawned in a world that doesn't have any mods installed. The waypoint marker that you can set, as of this update, is just broken. They changed something with the player markers, and it kind of messed everything up. So I have no idea what's going on there. I've got horse capture crate. That's just a convenience thing. There's more crossbow tiers. It adds in the different crossbows on top of iron. It adds in mithril ones, which is interesting because mithril isn't obtainable, but there are mods that do make mithril obtainable. One of them adds them to the dragon yield weld world thing. No durability loss and repair is one of the ones I added. I'll probably always play Hytale with that turned on because I can understand the logic behind it. The logic behind when you repair your tools, their maximum durability is reduced, is to encourage you to eventually just use materials to replace your tools. But I honestly think that's bullshit and just needs to be reworked. Repair kits should not reduce the maximum durability of tools. If we're going to talk about, oh, well, why would you the repair kits only need 1 iron and 1 light leather to be crafted. One solution would be have the repair kit still knock down durability, but then have like a table, like a repair table, that it kind of works like the salvager workbench where you put your item in it and then you have to wait for a minute and then it spits out an item. Just have it, you put in the tool that's damaged, but then there's a fuel slot, and then the fuel slot that's needed would be a material that's needed to craft the item. So it's always going to be probably 1 or 2, but never enough to replace the entire item that you just craft normally. So if a pickaxe needed 5 bars of a metal to make, for example, you put a fully broken pickaxe or a pickaxe that has durability reduced into this repair bench thing that I would like add it into the game. You put the pickaxe in it and you put 2 of a bar to craft the item. And so if it's an addy pickaxe, you need addy. If it's iron, you use iron. If it's copper, you use copper. And then you just have to wait a minute. And then it's fully repaired. That would be one solution to that. A second solution to this would be the repair kits work like they do now. They don't knock off durability at all, but you can only use repair kits that are the same tier of the item you want to repair. So if you want to repair an iron tool, you use an iron repair kit. But if you want to repair an addy tool, you need to have a repair kit that used addy in its crafting recipe. And the crafting recipe would be we could add copper repair kits, because it's kind of pointless to repair copper tools when you make them, because the repair kits need iron. It makes no sense to use iron on a copper tool. So you could have copper and plant fibers for the copper repair kit, and then iron and light leather, cobalt or thorium in either ore, and medium leather. So basically, maybe make it so if you made it so the cobalt and thorium ones need both, it wouldn't make any sense. It would make it too expensive. But maybe just have like 2 recipes for the same item. So like the cobalt or thorium repair kits can repair either cobalt or thorium. It's just like which one do you have more abundance of. And then you just need to have medium leather. And then addy repair kits need a bar of adamant and then heavy leather. And then when they eventually add mithril, it'll be a bar of mithril and then storm leather. Like it will go in that process. So it'll repair the tool of the same tier or less. We'll do it like that. We'll make it so like it's a tier system. So an addy repair kit can repair adamantite, cobalt, thorium, iron, copper, and crude if you want to, if you just want to have one thing, but it's expensive. So that would be the progression there. That way you don't run into the situation where I have in my world right now, where it's like I make an adamant pickaxe and then I get a good supply of iron and light leather, which set up a rat farm. Set up a rat grinder. You have all the light leather you ever need. That's how you would fix that. One of the other mods I have installed, it's called Perfect Parries. It's a new one I added. So basically, Hytale doesn't have any sort of like perfect timing block system that I feel like it does need. Perfect Parries just basically adds an invisible poise system into the game. When an enemy attacks, if I block right when they're about to land that attack, I do a perfect parry. I don't lose any stamina from the block. It knocks the enemy back and does a little bit of damage to them. And it also damages their poise. It's called like they call it like a stamina, but it damages their poise. And if I pull this off a number of times, enemies will be stunned, and then I can wail on them. I feel like that's something that the game does need. Persistent crossbow makes it so crossbows keep their bolts loaded when I swap off them. Skeleton banging shield is self-explanatory. We've seen that a few times. WAN's craftable diving gear makes it so I can explore the oceans more easily. It just enables you to craft the diving gear that's already in the game. It's just not in the game craftable because the oceans are incomplete and ugly looking, according to Simon. And then there's one final mod called Young's High Dungeons. We might get into the high dungeons tonight. But what that one does is it makes it so that you can craft a shard, go in through an ancient gateway, and go into a dungeon instance. Nick Young, creator of Young's Caves, Young's Better Dungeon, is the one that make that mod. And Nick Young has stated that after World Gen V2 comes out, they'll actually have these dungeons generate in the world. So that'll be interesting. We're going to go to the Devastated Lands. I believe our gear is good enough. I just need to have full Addy. I just need to have full Cobalt or full Thorium. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to remember what Cobalt does. Because the green armor, first of all, it makes me look like Master Chief. I look like a space marine over here. But the other thing it does is it gives me full poison resist. So we have a 15%, 27%, a 12, and a 21. Maybe it's not full poison resist. Maybe it's like, does that be 99, right? I think it is full poison resist. I'm not going to break out a calculator. What kind of pickaxe? We have Cobalt. I need to do a little bit of junk sorting. That's what I need to do. Just do some quick stacks. Get everything sorted. Do I have the backpack upgrade? I do. I'm sorry, give me a minute. I'm trying to remember what was in this world, because I've been spending time in the personal world that I have restarted. I'm definitely going to want to carry healing potions with me. As many of them as I can stuff away. The personal world I started up again. I have a backpack. My backpack's first row is nothing but the crafting stations. But I don't need that because I basically have access to my base in my pocket. I just have this teleporter. Let me put this food away. Can I make any more meat skewers? Let's make a few of these. Basically, the way the game works with health regeneration is you want to have food buffs when you're getting into combat as much as possible. If that food buff is not up and you're in an area that's dangerous, you want to make sure that that food buff is up. I never made a cobalt hatchet. Let's make one of those. We're eventually going to get full Addy gear. That's the end goal. Can I even make Addy stuff right now? No, I cannot. I need to have some more cobalt. I need to kill a lot of void creatures, and we need to get essences of ice. I need to get void hearts. I need sturdy chitlins, sheetons. I basically just need a lot of blue stuff. Lots and lots of blue stuff. As I don't have enough blue stuff. I'm gonna put the seeds away in here for now. I do eventually want to grind up the farmer's workbench. Now, I didn't add any of the mods that I personally added. Because we need a lot of farming done. Maybe we'll have a whole episode where we'll just build the farm up. Maybe do something with these cocks that are just walking around outside my base. What is this chicken doing? Is it got Brainworms or something? What are you looking at? The hell are you doing? Stupid birds. I don't know if sword and board is better or dual daggers is better. I think we'll switch to sword and board. I don't need to make a cobalt shield. Seeing as my armor is not the blue armor. I did have trees growing, right? Yeah, I have an oak tree growing right here. Two taps to take out wood. Very nice. I think the Addy axe takes stuff out in one whack. It's gonna get really cold tonight. It was so cold today, I just didn't want to get out of bed. I'm gonna force myself to get up earlier tomorrow. High noon tomorrow. Because I gotta get up at high noon anyway to go to work. To go to my job. Now, people nowadays consider that a slur, which I find it to be a bit sad, honestly. Give me my dirt. Let me fill the hole. I keep lurking on the Discord for Hytale. And I don't know, maybe I just get on the Discord when all the toxic people are on, but it's like, I don't know, it just seems like it's a bunch of kids on there. It's very rare to find people that are just sensible. Every time I get on there, someone's either rage baiting or they're trying to start shit with somebody. I had one idiot going around saying, don't buy the Cursebreaker edition if you buy the game later. Like, respect it being rare or some shit. I'm like, dude, fuck off. First of all, you can't because, well, it's not going to be available. It's an early access thing. It's quite literally an early access thing. Secondly, if someone wants to buy Cursebreaker edition and they don't give a shit about like the whole rarity thing, then just let people do things, man. Fuck you. Don't be an elitist prick. I almost replied to him, but then I realized this motherfucker's probably just rage baiting. That's what's going on. He's probably just rage baiting people. Probably trying to get people to rage bait. Probably try to get people to react so they can get their eeps. And I realized I'm not going to engage it with that because I don't feel like rage baiting. I don't feel like stroking people's egos and rage baiting people. Or not. I don't feel like engaging in interacting with rage bait. That's what I meant to say. Okay. We've been to the north. There's my resume point. I think we were gonna go over here. I want to go over here. I need to go grab my portal, my resume portal. I could just leave it where it's at, because I haven't set up a base up north. And I think we walked all the way over this way. I think I've already touched the eastern coast of my world. It's just, you can see the it's not really a glitch, it's just a limitation with Better Map. And it's actually a Hytale limitation. You can only render so many tiles until the client crashes. So it unrenders stuff that's too far from the player. Because I believe we've gone all the way to the easternmost coast and hit the east coast. Because I remember seeing this. Maybe we didn't go all the way to the right. I'll just leave that portal there. I'll probably jump through it and rename it. Because we're going to the Devastated Lands today. Fortunately, there's one really close by. Just follow the river out to the sea. And then up we go. I think I've been here before already. And I died. There's lots of structures up in the devastated lands. In fact, there's a city over here. There's some sort of castle structure. There's a town or hamlet here. There's a city over here. There's a castle structure, too, that you can find. That has, like, a whole dungeon. That has the I think we came across that at one of the other devastated lands I poked into. Alright, see, we don't have the infinite lands loaded. Even though we've been down there. You can see where it just decided not to load that part of the map. I've looked into it. I thought Better Map works like Voxel Map, where it keeps everything loaded up. One real simple solution for this would just be make it so that the map unloads tiles that are off the screen. So, like, if I'm over here, all those tiles should be unloaded. And when I move it back, they should reload. That would be one way to do it. But I don't know Java. I don't know the innards of how the mod works, so maybe it just wasn't possible of how they have it set up. I got food, I've got arrows, my armor's a little dinged up, but it's fine. I've got a teleporter. I'm gonna go through the return portal. I'm gonna rename this from return to, Frost March, just for now. Because we're really close to this big structure, but I don't want to go here yet. I want to go check out the devastated lands. It should have closed the portal, but it doesn't. Alright. We're kitted up, we're good to go. I shuttle the doors, right? All the doors are shut. Good. I'm only going to stream for 4 hours tonight. I'm going to stop at 11 o'clock tonight. 11 o'clock East Coast time. I'll still play Hytale my own personal world, but I don't know. I would like to at least go into one of these fragments tonight. So we'll do Devastated Lands for 2-ish hours, and then I'm going to make one of these. So we got Windrider Valley. That's the first one you should go to. You've got Dragonspire Well. This is the one I really want to check out. Then you've got the Dreaded Wade. If you want to know what Hytale's endgame is, it's the Dreaded Wade. That's your endgame. And then, of course, there is the Fortress of the Undead, and this is the one added by Young's High Dungeons. And I kind of want to check that out, too. But at the same time, I don't want to dive into these too much, because I would like to save these for another stream. So, we'll see. We'll probably do one of them. Maybe we'll go to Windrider Valley, or Dragonspire Weld. Excuse me. Alright. Time to get my horse. We are heading northwest. Northwest. That's where we're going. We are heading there because that is where the devastated lands are. The reason I'm switching from daggers to sword and board is because I do want to show off the parry mod that I have installed. Now, the only problem with using the horse to get to the devastated lands is I have to get to an area that the horse can jump out of the water. So yeah, the horse can cross the water easily, but at the same time, the horse can only jump so high, and then that's it. I have to put the horse on a land mass somewhere where I can put him back in the box. But for now, I guess horse speedboats are the... Ooh, there's a whale, everyone. I guess for now, the goal is just horse speedboats. Jump our horse a little bit so our horse isn't dying. Right here. There we go. In the box with you. We'll just have to manually swim so we can find a way forward. I'm gonna just have to install the boats mod, I think. Because, horses drown. I think that's some Addy ore over there, actually, isn't it? Simon did up the spawn rate of ore. Especially in the devastated lands. I remember getting up here somehow. Here we go. We've been here before and we've died, but this time I'm prepared. I have a water bucket, so I can... If there's a cave I go into, it's really, really deep. I can work my way down. I'm not pushing the button to flip into first person, that's just what the game does. Alright, we already got some goons. That guy with the big shield... Kill him, he has a chance to drop the Necromancer's book. Let me see if I can just kite one guy. Try me, buddy. He's done. I want to take out the big guy. He has a chance to drop that book. Oh, he didn't go roar. He didn't roar. There's that parry. Well, how about that? We got the book. Right away, first try. Ah, come on, don't be that little asshole and block everything. It has 5 charges. I think that's the thing people were annoyed by, is that they have 5 charges and they're just gone. The way they're implemented is temporary. Okay, so my goal right now is to look for structures. There's one directly to the north. I saw a video that showed off where to get, like, the flame sword. The area it shows off is actually not in the game, I think. I think it's in the Devastated Lands World Gen V2 preview. Which is inaccessible in exploration mode, by the way. So seeing as you need to basically use the commands to get into it, you might as well just open up the creative mode and just spawn it in at that point. And even though the devastated lands are devastated, it's still possible to survive here. If you were to spawn here, your life would be very difficult. Your best bet would be to get some crude tools, try to find some surface copper or iron, and make some copper tools and armor immediately. But like if I break down this tree, you'll see that it drops sticks and it also drops sap, so you can make torches. I'm completely serious when I say watch your step. There's holes like this everywhere. But I'm not here for wood or skulls. Someone's just playing with some Legos for that sound effect. I'm not here for wood or Gold. I'm here to loot. I want to see what stuff is on the surface. There's this landmass to the north. Not landmass. There's this, there's something up here. It's a village. That's too far of a drop. There's a skilly horse. So don't be shy about using potions when you need to use them. I got plenty of them. I haven't crafted a single one of these potions either. I looted every single one of them. Burnt skeleton alchemist. Hey pal. Hey buddy. Nice place. Well, that's rude. Rude. Alright, fuck this guy. Time to get out of here. Time to leave. This is what the potions are for. Alright, that guy is not very nice. What an asshole! Well, I might be using a lot of my potions then. Food's good for passive heals. If you need health now, you want to use those potions. Lost civilization torch. Can you not place it on wall? You can't place it on walls. You can only place it straight down. Or we can go up or down. I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go down first. We have bamboo logs. We have a potato sprout and an onion bulb. So we can grow potatoes. Okay. I think it's just meant to be like a windmill. Yeah, that's what this is. It's a windmill. Or what's left of one. Looks like this village is kind of spawned on a cliff. Makes me wonder if this is all filled with water. It probably was, now that I think about it. This is probably like a lake. This probably was a lake. This was probably like a raised lake. Seeing as there's sand here, it's probably what it was. It's probably a lake. But then it dried up. Stop blocking. Now he knows I'm streaming, so he's gonna come in every 30 minutes. You watch. I really wish you could make counters and wardrobes yourself. I mean, you can't make wardrobes up like counters or short tables, but you can't. I'm breaking the barrels on purpose. The barrels have loot. Sir. It's probably way up here. must have gone into an isolated part. When looting cities like this, I prefer to leave doors I've gone through open so I know where I've been. That's another alchemist, isn't it? No, I'm not dealing with this shit again. You die. Ah, an antidote. That'll be useful. I can salvage that. Energy potions are a little bit interesting. You drink them and it charges your signature energy, but it doesn't really charge the signature energy by much. So they seem useless. Also, when you switch off your weapon, the signature energy is lost, so it really is just useless. It would be nice if signature energy didn't get lost when you swapped your weapons out. That would make the energy potions more useful, because then, if you're going to get into a fight, you can pop a couple of those energy potions, and you can then be ready. There is a mod that does address this. I'm considering adding it. Potion of stamina, yoink. So you've got some crafting tables down here. Some books. Sometimes you'll find chests down here too. I may have to portal out. In fact, I'm gonna portal out right now. Let's go back home. And inventory dump real quick. That's basically how you play the game. You just set up your base wherever. It doesn't really matter. Once you have those teleporters set up, you're good to go. I wonder what Blackwood looks like. Oh, that actually looks really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to those. What about bamboo? Bamboo gives us tropical wood. We have a bamboo. We can make like a little island house. These can be planted. Let me go plant these and see what these do. We just need greater essences of life, so I need to be scrapping these if I can. Alright, now we need the eggplants and the pumpkins. It's called aubergine. Is aubergine another word for eggplant, or is aubergine like a different fruit entirely? What? Okay. First time I've seen that error. Alright. So we need these, and we need these. That's what's needed. An antidote would be nice. How am I doing with potions? That's in this chest, right? I have 10, 3. What's in here that I don't need? Daggers, hold on to. That I hold on to. This I don't need. The water bucket I do need. The diving gear I can put away. I can put the diving gear away. I don't need to hold on to that. The grimoire and the skulls. The skulls are needed for that. Having an armor stand would be nice. Do I have the rusty iron axe? I have the sword, the shield, the halberd, the short bow. I don't have the axe. Now I do. Now I have the full rusty set. I already have ancient steel greaves. I'll swap those out and salvage these. That's another source of medium height. See, if you have the salvager workbench too, you can get stuff needed to make iron very quickly. Should probably put the horse away and put all of my stuff I'm carrying with me that's utility on the bottom row, and the top row can be for loot. And this will be our dumping chest. Lost civilization counter and wardrobe. Too bad the furnaces don't process when you're away. But that's just how it is. Alright, I think we're set. I'll go stick the charcoal in this chest. Gonna need another metals chest. I've just kind of thrown junk any old which way. Guess I'll stick the wood in here. Back through our return portal. Probably better if I made it daytime too. It's easier to see it during the day. Okay. Already looted that place. We need to make our way over there. It's almost like the land was torn asunder. Because I can just see, like, this, because this village is sitting up on a plateau, this all was probably filled with water. It was probably a lake that dried out. And then this is just clear, just volcanic activity. Like the ground just opened up and swallowed everything. Some of the music in this area reminds you of, like, the game Diablo. Here's the actual, I guess the center of the village. I guess this answers the question what happens to all the humans, because it looks like the Emerald Grove is, like, almost untouched. But then it's like, this area looks like humans used to be here, but then something happened. Something definitely happened here. Red crystal. It's a goddess statue, but with her head lopped off. So yeah, so there was... people here were close to Gaia, but then something happened. Sometimes the houses have nothing in them. Also, why are all the animals undead? Skeleton horses, zombie cows, and chickens? I wonder how the story's gonna tie into this place, because this... clearly, something has happened. Either something suddenly happened and all the people here were brutally destroyed and killed by whatever was unleashed here, or the hearts and minds of the people here got corrupted. They forsake their god. And then this is some sort of divine punishment. So you just found Addy ore in a chest. I told you you can find it in chests. So I open doors as I go, that way I know where I've been. I've gone down one of these that looks like a fucking lava pit. There's something down there. I'm gonna get a water bucket. I'm gonna go check that out. Let me finish looting out here, though. The structures are pretty much copy-pasted. They have some sort of algorithm for how they get destroyed, though. Once you've seen one structure, you've kind of seen them all. Nothing in here. I don't remember opening that door. Simple square... Oh. That's contraband. We're holding on to that. It's a developer item. They're using the furnace as the fireplace. That's actually interesting. I should incorporate that in my builds. Okay, why am I not able to vault up here? Bunch of bookshelves. With ruined books, no less. And seeing as this just cuts through the building, it looks like these spikes came out of nowhere. The ground was quite literally raised beneath these people. And nothing in this building. Is that everything? Is that every building? I think it is. The only thing left to investigate is that grate. Those buildings are separate from this. And this is what the water bucket's for. I'm checking this out. The hell is this? You have to be careful. I've been down one of these where it's just... Oh, hi! Uh-oh. It's a boss. Stop blocking. Hang on, time out. That's what the potions are for. The hell is he doing? What is he doing? Got him. Cobalt ingot, huh? Are they guaranteed to drop the Grimoire? Because everyone's saying, oh, the Grimoire only has 5 charges is, like, stupid if you just always get those. So there's some sort of temple here. Is this part of the village, or is this... These are breaking into caves. I do like how dungeons just kind of, like, intersect into caves. It makes it feel like it's part of the world and not just, like, something that's placed there. There's more to this, though. Like, what is down here? You can't just put these here and be like, there's nothing here. No, there's something down here. Oh, I think this is the sewers, actually. I need to be careful because there are bony fish that are not nice. Yeah, these guys. Nope, I want out of the water. They're like piranhas. Nope. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Well, welcome to the dungeons found in this area. This is known as the Devastated Land Sewers. Kind of like the sewers of Cyrodiil. Hold on, what are these? Potion of Purification. Oh, okay, that's what happened here. The Devastated Lands had some sort of, like, Terraria, like, corruption. And it has something to do with these crystals. The purple crystals are corrupted, and they were trying to find some way to purify them. Thorium shortbow. Just, stay out of the water. That fish is not... Those fish are not friendly. They are very much not friendly. And I don't feel like getting bit again. Yeah, he's looking at me too. He's like, I'm gonna bite them toes. Fucking creepy. Damn, fish came out of nowhere. I don't think that's going to lead anywhere. I think that's just a dead end. Iron gauntlets, cooked wild meat. I don't like these fish, man. They're creeping me out, dude. Looks like that's all that's in this room. Let's go over this way. Let's get out of here. I don't want to be in the water. The bats are stupid. They keep flying into prickle bushes. That's how they're getting hurt. Shame you can't salvage the iron bars. That's just going into a cave, and I think this goes out to the ocean, doesn't it? No, it's another sewer. These freaking fish, dude. These freaking fish. Looks like I dropped into the center room. Aside from the fish, I haven't seen any other enemies in here. Do you guys mind fucking off? Jesus, that's creepy. They are not my friend. They're waiting for me to get too close so they can bite my toes. This is where I dropped in at. There's the purification crystal. I remember seeing that. Makes me wonder if the reason why... It could be possible that these were purified crystals. And then they've become corrupted. Maybe they... Yeah, because they were probably dangling... They probably did something. I think... This is just my speculation. I think the humans that used to live here dabbled with some sort of dark magic. Some dark magic probably messing with, like, the properties of the void. And the void is something that just corrupts everything it touches. Because we've seen, like, things that are touched by the void. They get turned into, like, these things that just cause misery and death. And then eventually just things in the void return to the void. Returns to nothingness, eventually. I think these crystals that are purple, I think they're the white crystals. They were meant to try and purify the area, but the corruption was too strong. At least that's what I'm guessing based off of what I'm seeing. I might be completely off. Okay, so the only places I haven't been are these sewers. Just gotta watch out for the bony fish that bite your toes. A greater health potion. That'll become useful. I like to hold on to those for absolute emergencies. I like the devastated lands. They're as dangerous as they are filled with loot. These fucking fish, though. Also, we need to talk about the spawn rates, Simon. I feel like the spawn rates are way too high. It's one thing to have, like, a lot of monsters in an area. It's another thing to clear a room only to have it immediately repopulate. What is that sound? Zombie? I've been in this room before. Is this the same sewer or is this a different sewer? I think it's the same sewer. I don't remember the zombie. Yeah, same sewer. So it looks like that's how this dungeon's laid out. You go in this central room, then you go up these little sewer water shafts. Then you gotta quickly go through them. You gotta sprint through them to get into these larger rooms. There's more here. Ah, there's nothing up here. Fucking prickle bushes. I thought they said it made it so you can place water with water now. You don't have to aim at a block. Man, that water's murky. This is really dangerous without the scuba gear. I feel like I'm going to catch some sort of disease wading through this water. Yes, the torches don't extinguish underwater. It's a bit silly. I haven't been in here. Thorium short bow. These fucking fish, dude. Jesus Christ! Well, at least you have plenty of food. But still, these frickin' fish. I think that's it. Fucking fish, man. I don't like these fish. Now let's drop off our stuff. I can leave those doors open, I guess. I've gotten a few of these thorium bows. I think signature energy, I think the lower signature energy is better. How many fire essence? Oh, we're good with fire essence. I just need the cold essence and the void now. I can tuck some of these potions away. I don't need to have all of these. Did I not upgrade this fucking tanning rack? I thought I had this upgraded. Let's plant these spuds. Get them to grow. We're gonna be a good old-fashioned Irish potato farmer. We gonna make like the Irish and plant some potatoes. Seriously, okay, if the Irish are known for potatoes, then how come they're not called Irish fries and not instead of French fries? Potato. Potato. Oh, I just have some seedlings I haven't planted. Oh, what the hell is wrong with me? Hold on, let's plant those. We even got some onion, too. Slowly growing the garden. Now there actually are bags of seeds for potion stuff. If I go over here to the... I don't have the potion. I never made the potion station. Did I never make the potion station? I guess I never did. There's blood leaves, there's azure stuff, there's... They need ingredients, basically. But, there are seeds that you can, make to plant them. Spices, dough... Flour, salt. I haven't found any salt blocks. I think they're in rivers. That's where they are. There's also calcite in rivers. We haven't really explored the oceans, have we? Alright. Oh yeah, the contraband. A bit silly that the painting doesn't have anything in it. It's kind of silly that they allow you to get some developer items. A little bit of contraband there. Just tuck that away. Don't tell Simon. Don't tell Simon. They're gonna add an item or something where if you touch it, it kills you. Because there's like, I think it was called Red's Wings. It was, and the description was for the worthy. And if you equipped them, they killed you, and it was in Terraria. Isn't Terraria getting an update tomorrow? Now that I think about it. I think it is. Isn't Terraria getting an update tomorrow? It was like the 27th. Boulders or something boulder. Please tell me they can't. Can they seriously swim up this? Oh god. I want out. I want out, please. Oh, they can swim up it. Oh no, fuck you. Oh, you can fuck yourself. They can swim up those. Okay. Oh, whoa. Whoa, what the fuck? That's some fuck you right there. That's some serious case of go fuck yourself. Alright, I'm getting out of this fucking place. Where to next? There's a city over there, but we have to cross literal hell to get to it. I haven't seen any, by the way, if you see anything that looks green like it's poison, that's actually water. Like, this is water. This is a quote-unquote lake. So it's like the world is not only devastated, but also, like, the water's, like, irradiated or something. Does that mean that adamantite is actually radioactive? Why is this crystal not glowing? Strange. Alright, so we're heading west-northwest. Across this shit. There's a couple houses over here too I haven't poked. Let me go check these out. The good old-fashioned block game way. Make a bridge out of the nearby rock. It is the block game way. I honestly think this used to be water. Maybe it wasn't all the way up here, but it was probably to like right there. And it would pour out into the sea. This land was probably beautiful before it was devastated. That might be a project to like restore the devastated lands, or at least a part of it. Shield. What do we have here? More potatoes. An apple, light hide, poisoned log. Gives us deadwood. I need to grab all the boom powder because that's actually used. Like people said, hay bales disappear from your inventory. There's a second house I didn't loot. Where was it? It was over here, wasn't it? Knock, knock. Anybody home? This isn't a house, this is a barn. This is where the cows and chickens would have lived. Wait. What's down here? Depression. Depression's down here. That's what's down here. Got it. Usually when you see platforms, it means that there's something there, but I guess not. Not this time. Okay, I guess across the lands of death we go. I don't see anything that looks... Okay, that might be silver. There are silver veins. I guess we're going over here. I'd love to place a map marker, but, like, they don't fucking work. Like, you see target locations, like, way off to the east somewhere, but it's not. It's over here. So there's something screwy going on with the map markers right now. And it's not the map mod. Because, again, it does it in vanilla. Ooh, what's that down there? That looks scary. That might be a fucking problem. That guy has a scythe. I want his scythe. Oh, I just pissed him off. That's all I did was piss him off. A wraith. Did he drop his cool shit? He didn't drop his scythe. Dude, he should totally drop his scythe. Anything that has like a weapon should have a chance to drop its weapon. Come on. I like to kill these wraiths and get their fucking... Because the scythe is an item, you can get it. In creative mode. Why not have the wraith have a rare chance to drop his fucking weapon? Why the fuck not? Now, if I told you I'm actually in a plane of oblivion, would you fucking believe me? Like, look, the moon is red. Also, the server doesn't... The in-game server doesn't like this area. It's, like, really laggy. I know why it is, too. Ooh. This place is really cool. In the sense of, like, it's just weird. It's a very interesting... Ooh, that's a rhino toad. Oh, great, great, great. So we have lava rhino toads and rhino toads. How fucking nice. As if I haven't had enough of these fuckers. Fuckers. Where are we heading? This way? I keep looking for these little spike areas because one of them's supposed to just be made out of dead wood. There's lava directly below me. I need to be careful. Oh look, one of those guys. My favorite buddy. The fire golem guys. He was sleeping. Why did I still get hit? Well, that happened. I'm now in a hole. Annoying bastard. What do you mean, rawr, rawr? Don't you rawr me? Don't you me? Don't you do that? It's a rat. Wait, what fucking ore is this? I thought it was onyx for a second there, and it's cobalt. I don't know why I thought it was onyx. Oh, there's just a red... There's a red gem here. Take 6 swings to break this volcanic rock? Wow. Up ahead, that's the next area I'm going. This thing. This, like, it's a city. It's an actual city. We've been to a hamlet before, the little village. There's a city and there's also a castle. So this was a kingdom at some point. Saw the kingdom. Didn't I see? Wasn't it over here, the center of this island? There was the fucking castle. Watch your fucking step. Last step's a doozy. Burnt wheat. Burnt wheat? Where's the entrance? The entrance is like a gate. Yeah, it's over there. As a kid, I used to have nightmares about the land opening up into fissures like this and opening up into like lava. So it's like this world is like that fear realized, but like the aftermath of it. Another cobalt pickaxe. Replace the one that's about to break. More cobalt, gold, some more potatoes. That's all it is for this house. I think I've walked into the second floor of the house, because there should be stairs. Yeah, there's stairs that go down. I've been inside enough of these houses that I know. So this house wound up underground. Shit like that only happens during massive tectonic events. That's the problem, is all these houses are just rotated variants of the same thing. It's always upstairs to the right. There's the chest. A thorium sword. But if you just bum rush to this area, you want to look for these houses. You want to look for these cities. They always have these high roll chests in them. Energy potion, health potion. I think it's the exact same house, just rotated. Yeah, it is. Upstairs to the right. And there's some sort of like temple in the center. There's a gate, there's another house. What's really interesting is the torches are actually lit, which means something was here recently. That's what that tells me. If there are torches here, it means, and they're lit, that means that whatever devastated these lands must have happened recently. Because the torches are still lit. And there's more of these, like, purple mushrooms. And I don't think this is dirt. I think this is mycelium or something. So, the ground was raised, but there is purple mushrooms everywhere, which means some sort of corruption. That's what that means. That leaves... This is the thing you gotta be careful of. This just goes down into lava. And that seems to be a guarantee. Like, I've always looked down this. It's just a lava trap. There's nothing down there but lava. Last house. Imagine taking the time to restore these buildings. Because this is cobblestone, right? What rock is this? Volcanic cobble half slab. Volcanic brick. So it's just cobblestone. It's only volcanic because it was destroyed. It was like seared. Thorium hatchet. Greater potions. Actual bars of Addy. So it's like a temple or a church or something. It's not a den of evil either, because they have the same flags. The flags of... That's the symbol of Gaia. Something happened here. Something happened to this land. But I'm only left to guess what happened here, because... Well... The land's devastated. That was a pretty large island. Haven't been to the south yet. I'm gonna go figure out what's down in this corner to the southwest. And go out this gate to get there. Do you have any... Yeah. Give me blocks. Now would be a good time to head back to base. Drop this stuff off. Let me salvage my pickaxe. Looks like I'm just short on venom sacks. Did the trees grow? Yeah, they did. That's why I prefer to grow the beach logs. Sometimes they will still go down into the ground, but most of the time they won't. It seems like you have to space the trees 5 spaces apart from each other. They won't fully grow. If you grow them too close, you just have to cut down one of the trees so they have room. As soon as they have room, they'll grow again. More potato. Alright, which furnace ran out of fuel? You? There, now you have more fuel. Picky bastard. Also have onions, too. I should probably move the farmlands to be like 2 across. That'd be a little better, but I'm just stripping it like this. No way. I just got an internal chili bag. Nice. It happens sometimes when you harvest the crops. There's a very small chance you can get eternal seeds from it. Even if you don't have the crafting recipe unlocked. And the eternal crops, once you plant them, you can just constantly harvest them. The thing you get for fully progressing through this this tree, though, is you can get a Quebec plush. Now, as far as these question mark icons down here, it's 3 sets of 3. You have azure plants, so you have the azure mushroom, the azure... You don't get the kelp. The azure kelp isn't a growable thing. But the mushrooms, and there's like 2 other blue azure things that you can grow. It's used for potions. Then you have the blood leaf stuff, and then you have the storm leaf stuff. The azure stuff gives you energy potions for weapon energy. Signature stuff. The Stormleaf stuff gives you stamina potions. The Bloodleaf stuff gives you healing potions. I don't think it's possible to get the recipes just yet. You'd have to cheat them in, which is annoying. Because without the recipes to grow the crop, making the alchemy station's kind of pointless, because the point of making the alchemy station would be so you can more easily make potions. And how that... Oh, the nut's done. 54 Addy. Can I make... Like, we have to go up to Skyrim to get the blacksmith's anvil leveled up to get the Addy stuff. I don't know what signature charge is. If I'm guessing, signature energy, the lower the signature energy, the faster it charges. And then signature charge would be like, it has 1 additional signature energy charge. It can be charged twice. Maybe that's what that means. We might have to take a trip to Skyrim. Just so I can get the stuff needed, because I gotta have Void Hearts and Sturdy Chittens. I know where I can get those. Those are just in the desert. The Void Hearts are just from killing Void enemies. It's just a rare drop. And I need Essence of Ice and the Essence of the Void to upgrade the Blacksmith's Anvil. See, Blood Rose and Blood Leaf and Blood Petals. You can find these in forests, but these 3 items, along with wild berries, is what's needed to make the lesser health potions. So as it stands right now, it's not possible to make these. I mean, you can find these and you can make these, it's just these aren't renewable. The wild berries are renewable. I just don't know where you get the recipe book for them. I'm assuming they're just not in the game yet. How am I doing with torches? I'm good with torches for now. I have 100 fire essence. Can I make the fire stick? No, I need a ruby. Fuck, I haven't found a ruby yet. If I can get a few more potions of healing, I can make a healing totem. That's why I've been holding on to the greater potions and not using them. I think you can just place these on the ground too if you sneak. Yeah, you can just put them down. It's just a shame I can't put them on top of bookshelves, because it's not a full block, and that annoys me. Come on, let me put it on top of bookshelves. At least I can stick them in here. Some crazy fucking drinks. Glowy drinks. Totally not radioactive. No. No. What radioactivity? What are you talking about? It's perfectly safe to drink. Not dangerous to drink at all. Looks like I'm gonna be using the dump chest now. AKA the storage room of slop in it. I always call the dev items contraband because I feel like you're not meant to have them. You usually find them in structures. Because the developers just unintentionally fucking left them there, and then they forgot, oh wait, that's a dev item. Oh wait, the player can get them. Oops. Is it a potion of purification? Is it a thing of milk? Or is it radioactive cum? Of course I call it radioactive cum. What the fuck is wrong with me? Seriously. Radioactive cum. It glows. This is what happens when you down a whole bottle of zinc. Well then. I say we're doing real good for metals. Holy thorium, Batman. That's a lot of frickin' thorium, dude. And the leather is done. Top my arrows off and make sure my crossbow is done. So we gotta go to Skyrim and kill some guys to get Essence of Ice. So I can upgrade this anvil so I can get added stuff. The full adamant armor set increases your just basic attack damage. Alright. We're back. Back in this hellscape. I think we're heading to the southwest. Just gotta watch our step. Because it's a little bit, shall we say, dangerous? This was a pyroclastic flow. Something happened here. Like, this whole area just got completely submerged in lava. It's basically Pompeii. Fire essence, petrified log, more jungle log, more onion. So just by looting stuff, you can get everything you need. If you need coal, the burnt wheat will just give you charcoal. Lots of charcoal. So if you need fuel for a furnace, here you fucking go. Southwest. I am gonna go into the caves at some point. Another guy. Maybe we can get the jump on him. He hasn't noticed me yet. Got his ass. Ha! He fell in a hole. Idiot. Got him. Ooh, red ore. Eight swings, Jesus. It's a fire log. How are we doing with memories anyway? 27. I still haven't found what's a void taken. It's gotta be in the game somewhere. Let me ride a bone horse. Come here. We're riding a bone horse now. Not that I would ride a horse in this treacherous area. It's... like, you really have to watch where the fuck you're going. Whoa! Like that right there. Ooh. Yeah, that fire guy is what you saw from the trailer. I thought he was a boss. He looked like a boss guy. He's not really a boss, though. He's just kind of like... not a boss. I might want to heal up. Did I raid that house over there yet? No, I didn't. Now, if I go beyond this, like, you see, like, there's some plains over here. That's infinite lands. I don't want to go too far into the infinite lands yet. The infinite lands aren't interesting like the mainland. They just it just generates kind of like Minecraft. We saw a little bit of them earlier. Maybe eventually I'll explore them. Because if you don't find anything in the mainland, like no dungeons or something, you're gonna find them in the infinite lands. It's kind of what the portals are for, really. I don't know how I'm gonna get over there. Yeah, talk about danger. It's a frickin' rhino toad over there. Rhino toad or magma rhino toad, they're both as dangerous. I can't look. I'm not getting across. Goodbye, horse. I knew ye well. You can stay on this death island. That's fine. I've got more blocks. Cooled magma? Yeah, we'll use the cool magma. I don't care. As long as it gives me a platform. We're going over there. That's where we're going. There's another city over there. There's one here and there's one here. Oh, that means loot. But there's a metric fuck ton of lava. There's a guy over there too. I can get his ass from here. Come on, fall in the lava. Well, they didn't fall in the lava, but at least I got them. I just realized those are regular rhino toads. They're not magma rhino toads, therefore they're not immune to lava. So if I bash them with my shield and knock them in the lava, that'd be a way to get rid of them. I think I found shadow weave fabric in chests too, around here. So I guess you can skip going to the cold areas. I don't want to fuck with this guy anywhere near lava. I'm just gonna kill this dude. Just nope. Rhino toad plus lava equals death. Like no, just you don't want to. I do want his hide. And I saw some cobalt somewhere. That's probably a bad idea. Yeah, that was definitely a bad idea. I knew that was gonna happen. The devastated lands are very laggy too. I've noticed that, like, the internal server seems to struggle. Like, you'll notice when I break blocks, the break animation is kind of broken a little bit. That's because the server's just having a hard time. don't know what it is about the Devastated Lands, just lags the game out, but it just does. How do we get into there? By doing this. Thorian helmet. Okay, we'll place the one that's about to break. A repair kit, some potions, more fire essences. Fire essence is just fucking everywhere. Here. Let's stick that up here. Tuck the potions away until I need them. Stack the repair kit up. I think that's it. It's just a farmhouse. That got buried. Alright, you know the drill. You go into the city, it's the same layout. You go into the buildings, up on the second floor we go. That's where our chests are. Another thorium helmet. I don't know, I feel like there should be monsters or something here. Because ironically, these places are actually the safest area in the entire Devastated Lands. You got a place you can set up. You could set up base on one of these, for God's sake. I mean, you already have walls and everything. Just dig up the terrain, fix up the walls, turn that into like your central point, tear down the houses and stuff for materials. This could be a base. They basically just gave a base to you because there's no monsters that spawn here. I have to jump up this way because this got destroyed. Say thorium pickaxe. Need Addy? You can literally find the thorium needed. You just won't be able to use it until you get the stuff necessary to upgrade the tables. Thorium armor. More spuds. Lava pit? Yep, lava pit. You could turn it into a cobble generator if you're smart about it. Thorium short bow. Gold ore. And over there to the west, those plains, those are the Infinite Lands. Oh wait, there's tower? Ah, fuck. I've been leaving loot behind. There's towers along the ramparts. Fuck. Oh, okay, they're over every gate. That's what it is. So it's gatehouses. They're not really high roller chests either, so it's not that big of a deal that I've missed them. It's another farmhouse. The chest got buried. Either the chest got buried or it got deleted. Shit. Looks like it got deleted. Well, that's annoying. So that's what's over here. I want to fully explore my mainland before I start exploring the infinite lands around it. I mean, we got plenty of these, the way it works is you have the mainland, and this is like an abnormality, it's not supposed to generate like this. You're supposed to have the mainland, with Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3. Then you're supposed to have the devastated lands form as islands around the mainland. That basically, anytime there's an ocean, this is what kind of bums me out, is like their ocean isn't... It's not like in the old default world type where the devastated lands are still islands, but it's not. There's not that many of them. The oceans aren't that wide. You don't have to go very far till you find another devastated land. Alright, so I've been here. I've been to this hamlet. Or not hamlet, I've been to that city. That's a volcano. I think there's some structures over here. I think these are structures. I haven't found the castle yet. There's a castle. And that's probably on the northern half of this land. And we see the infinite lands are right there, so it's not that far. Time to portal back to base and inventory dump. Oop. Let's grind down the excess thorium stuff I have. I forgot thorium gives you, venom sacs. Well, now I can make the potion station. Finally. See, I can make the lesser health potions, it's just the roses aren't renewable. But then again, anything that's not renewable in Hytale kind of runs into the whole, yeah, sure, you can't regenerate it, but I mean, infinite world. The world starts to fall apart after 1 million blocks in a direction. You can still play the game at 1 million blocks, it's just every time you double the distance, it gets worse. I think the hard limit is 2 million blocks. Like after, there's a point somewhere between 1 million blocks and 2 million blocks where, you know, the game runs into floating point precision errors where you're just not able to move. Like you might have seen videos where people show off the stripe lands and stuff where the land isn't solid. If you were to walk into the chunk-wide spaces and try to occupy that space of existence, the game crashes because it's actually just null space, is invalid. And that's just something that plagues all open world games. Minecraft has fixed that. Minecraft can now go out to 30 million blocks. They fixed the floating point error. So, it is possible to fix. It's just one of those things that's like, It's what happens when you cobble together Infinite World Gen real fast. You run into that issue. But it's one of those things that you're not going to run into. Like, you're going to run out of disk space before you go that far out. Like, it took me a good few hours to get to 10,000 blocks out, so... And it's 1 million blocks... It's somewhere over 1 million blocks. It's somewhere between 1 million and 2 million is when... You'll know when you've hit the limit, because your character won't be able to walk in that direction anymore. It'll be like you're just unable to move. You're like you're hitting an invisible wall. There isn't actually an invisible wall there. It's just because the gaps between blocks is so great that your player's velocity that's applied to them when they move, they sprint, whatever, they just can't walk any further. But after you get around 1 million blocks out, the world starts to jitter, and then every time it doubles, it gets worse. It gets more and more jittery. And again, that's just floating point precision errors. I should have grabbed a bunch of burnt logs. I don't want to use the bamboo, I want to actually build with the bamboo. I don't want to spend too long on my base. I'm just literally dipping in here to get what I need. Trees haven't grown. If I go to sleep one more time, it'll grow. I have... Oh, we want to salvage that too. I have plenty of food. If I luck out, I might actually get an eternal potato. I'm just planting what I'm finding. Out of water. Doing real good. 1 cock, 2 cock, 3 cock, 4. I need to build a coop for these guys. They're just... I just involuntarily have some free-range chickens. They just appeared one day and they're just hanging out. They might be eating my crops. And if they are, I'm going to kill one of them to make an example out of them. And I'm just going to leave a Kentucky Fried Chicken sitting outside. Send a message. Don't mess with my crops. The assholes. What is needed for this? Redwood, maple. I just need riverwood or redwood. I need these and pumpkins. I don't know why I put the damn watering can and hoe away. Let's start planting these fuckers. Oh, it broke. Oh, they actually made it so I can't use the hoe. It used to be you could just use it when it breaks. About time they fixed that. I can't make a cobalt hoe? What the fuck? Lame. Make an iron one. I don't know what else I want to use iron on. Wait, you can scroll wheel when your inventory is open? I didn't know you could do that. Okay. What else is interesting is in creative mode there are not only saplings for trees, but there's seeds for trees too. I don't know if they work. I should see if they work. Just like spawn one in creative and till the ground to see if it actually lets me grow a tree by tilling the seed. Out of water. Bro, why is the game server constantly taking a shit? A lot of people in the Discord are complaining about the game's performance. I'm always asking the question, how many mods do you have installed? Because, like, the more mods you have running on your server, the more the server has to work. Like, that's the drawback to mods. Well, I just got a stick back for that. That's great. I have sticks in a chest, right? Dude, I have all this fucking wood. I didn't even know I had all this fucking wood up here. The only reason I'd want to have the ability to craft dirt in the farmer workbench is just because the trees delete parts of the dirt when they grow sometimes. And it's just a convenience thing. So it's one of those things they don't really have to add into the game. There is quite literally a mod that makes it so that you can get saplings from trees when you cut them down. And it fills the area in with dirt, so just do that. Just literally just make a mod. Eventually they're going to make it so that instead of having to learn Java to do any of the mods that require you to make a plugin, they're going to make it so that you can just use the node editor to do that. Alright, so we got cherry Kool-Aid, we got some blueberry Kool-Aid, we got... I don't know what flavor this would be. What would be like a light blue? We got coconut, or it's like milk. We have milk. We have just the coconut itself. Yeah, it's coconut. It's coconut flavor. I don't know what the fuck fruit would be light blue. Like blueberry and then mixed berry? I don't know. I just like the fact that they're emissive. I wonder how they did that. Wait, it is possible to have something glow then? Is this two models put together? Because when you use Blockbench, it's either the entire thing is emissive or it's not. How did they do this? I'm gonna have to yoink this model and throw it into Blockbench to see how it's rendered. It's probably a specific color. No, they all glow. How the fuck? Maybe it is two models. It's like the model for the fluid and then the actual potion model itself. I want to know how they did that. How did they make it glow? If I can figure that out, I could just like mod in a lava lamp. Wait, if I walk away, it's gonna stop the furnace from processing these things. I wonder if I sleep if it'll make the furnace process faster. I know it makes the trees process faster. Nah, the furnace is still running. So the trees are using simulated time, but these might have another growth stage. I should leave them alone. How many growth stages does it say these have? 2 days. 5 stages, 2 days. No, they're fully grown. Okay, this can resume processing when I get back. I want to explore more of the devastated lands. Whoop, I didn't set my warp target. Alright, back in hell we go. Right, so I just haven't explored the northern half of this land yet. This another fire pit? Yep, it's a... I wonder if this was a sacrificial pit. Why is there a ladder, though? If it was a sacrificial pit, there wouldn't be a ladder there. Now, there is a mod I've seen that makes it... There's a mod in Minecraft that's called Looter. It makes it so that all the loot is instanced. Someone's already made a version of that mod for Hytale. So, if you're playing on a server and you want everyone to have access to loot, that's one mod you should have installed. You notice how the blocks aren't, like, properly animating when I break them? It's like they break, but then they're still there for a second. That's because the world's lagging. Yep. If I'm on that block, I'm gonna fall. I did not want to place that there. I see Addy. More Addy ore. I love how the sound is slowed down for the big guys. I wonder if these skeleton knights are actually the guards of this kingdom. At least if you land in lava in this game, it's not the end of the world. You can try and survive. Okay, he just spawned out of... That guy literally just spawned. Out of nowhere. Come on, stop blocking! Bro has just a fucking shitty-ass wooden sword. There's another one. Did I get the Grimoire? Yeah, I'm getting Grimoires from these guys. Is that the guy with the bazooka? Not the bazooka, the blunderbuss? No, that's not. Different guy. Burn! These guys really aren't that tough. This is why the iron crossbow is the only crossbow in the game, because, like, it's a little broken. And those guys drop thorium, too, so... Well, he needs the 20 iron and copper to upgrade the table. Is this green grass? Green grass in the devastated lands? Huh. So even in places that are devastated, life still somehow stubbornly clings on. And I am now short on arrows. Orange orchids? Is this a glitched area, or is this biome actually meant for this area? Because this is a contrast. It's almost like the desert. There's spots where there's green. There's greenery. There's greenery in the devastated lands. Ugh. A wraith. I'm gonna fight his ass. I want your fucking scythe. Did you drop a scythe? No. Stop blocking, asshole! Is that a bone dog? Ah, great. Flaming hell skulls taken straight out of Diablo. Okay, time to run. So you can drink the potions faster than you can eat the food. That's what the fucking potions are for. The potions are oh shit. Rar indeed. Might be able to find something cool down in that cave. Look, there's just regular stone here. think I saw some Addy ore over here, too. Or maybe it was just one of the plants. Nope, definitely saw Addy. It's in the volcanic rock. I have a hard time discerning what's the, what's a prickle bush and what isn't a prickle bush. Ooh, more. Well, I'll definitely have fucking plenty of stuff to make full Addy when I'm finally upgrade my damn table. That's what I need to do. We need to go to what? We need to go to Canada and kill the skeletons there, right? There's another hamlet up there I haven't raided. That's our next goal. Get full Addy. I haven't found a castle yet. There's a castle structure that has the sewers underneath. Okay, these are prickle bushes. They get anything with like the little brighter tips at the end is prickle. Really don't want to go down there, but I think that's... Is that Addy ore down there, or is that something else? Right over there. In-game server's dying. And that's too far of a height. If I jump from here, it's gonna hurt. Just have to deal with the Praetor. I'm gonna aggro him the moment I get near. Yeah, it's adamant. I'm probably making a lot of people jealous of this big vein. That was a lot of Addy ore. A lot. Holy, there's more over here. Then I'm gonna go east and check out this hamlet and raid it for all its treasures. And we know those have sewers in them. Just cut the prickle bushes. Don't feel like being prickled. I've been muted the whole fucking time. I don't know how long I've been muted, but whatever. I muted when my dad came in and went to the bathroom and forgot to unmute. Well, we won't be going into any shard portals tonight. I don't know if I want to keep exploring to see if I can find that one particular biome I was looking for. Or if I should head back. But definitely look out for something like this. I want to portal out and drop this loot. What do I need to upgrade my stuff to Addy stuff? I need heavy leather. I don't have all the heavy leather I need. I thought I was getting like a buttload of heavy leather. I thought I was swimming in heavy leather. And look at all the Addy ingots I have. I probably have more than enough to make a full set. I'm probably just going to be hurting on the damn leather. And that means I gotta murder all the T-Rexes. I can make a fire stick, though. Here, now the fire stick. Get the ice stick and the fire stick. What else do we need to make Addy stuff? Ice stuff and Void and Chitlins and Hearts. I went through so many healing potions, dude. I'm sorry, did something run out of fucking fuel? Dude, look at all the gold blocks. The slabs, the decorative gold, the gold brick. don't think I found any place in Zone 1 where you can find gold. I think it was just smooth gold, right? Maybe you ran out of fuel. Here, take some of this damn charcoal. Where's the box where I'm sticking my gold? There it is. This is my gold box. Give me the gold brick. Let me turn them all into smooth gold. It's a shame I can't turn it back into gold bars. Or even make it from gold. I think you could, but I guess not. Do I have enough, big potions to make the totem? No, I need 2 more. Can I just fucking no, I can't, because I gotta upgrade the table. Dude, why the fuck do I have all these damn bones? Oh, you ran out of fuel? Picky bitch. Get this crap out of here. Nah, I don't want to go just yet. Inventory is not empty. I guess I just need to make another fucking chest. Here, you fucker. I keep messing around here, I'm not gonna have time to do what I want to do. I think that's good for now. Is that charcoal? Why is there charcoal in here? Back to the dino jungle. Or not. Right, I know I've been to the north. It's like the south and the southwest is where I haven't been. Where did they pillar up from here? Just gotta keep an eye out for Yoshis. They're not friendly. I don't particularly like them very much. Ah, you're friendly. You are not friendly. He is very not friendly. He is very not friendly. Run away. Oh, god damn it. Oh, great. Great. I got fucking man-eating plants after me, too. Did he piss off? No, he did not. Ha! Why'd I get yeeted? great. Fuck this shit, dude. Ah, great. I got Yoshi's after me. Great. Shit never came here. Oh. Fuck. What a lousy time for my sword to break. Fucking hell. Stupid fucking T-Rex. I haven't been here. Yeah, you have fun down there, buddy. Something tells me the Slothians actually use these as hunting trees. You know what I mean by hunting trees? Like you build a little platform, a hunting platform, in a tree. I think that's what that is. So maybe the Slothians won't be friendly. Leave me alone, man! I thought thorium gave me poison immunity. I'm wearing full fucking thorium. I'm not poison immune. I've been lied to. Where are you? Where are you? Are you just disappeared? Ah, great! A Yoshi! Oh, great, he brought his friend over. How nice. The bad part is I need to hunt the T-Rexes. Because they drop the hides I need. But you know what? I just don't feel like fighting them. They're a pain in the ass. I'd rather fight the... Oh, goddamn, I guess we're fighting a T-Rex. He grabs you and fucking yeets you, dude. Ah, I hate these plants, man. Such a pain in the ass. I have full thorium. Why am I poisoned? Oh, great. Another Yoshi. I think I'm getting better at the combat. If I can just remember to keep eating, so I don't put myself in a bad situation. If I eat before I get into a fight, I'll be fine. As long as that fight doesn't involve 3 fucking Yoshis. Oh, it's great when the game just spawns the thing you killed right behind you. Can we please fix that? That's very annoying. That's going to lead to a lot of cheap deaths, especially if people play in a hardcore world. Like if they decide to like install a mod that only gives them 1 life, that'll be what kills people. That'll be what gets people to rage quit. It'd be wild if this was mithril. It's not. It'd be wild if it was. Perfect place for putting mithril. It's fucking dangerous here. I don't know, maybe that biome does not exist, the one I'm thinking of. I don't know if anyone's seen it. It's like, it's in the jungle, it's in the underground jungle, but it's got trees that have glowing leaves. It's almost like a bioluminescent sakura tree. Goddamn fucking stupid fucking plant! Why am I wearing full thorium? I'm still being affected by fucking poison. So much for poison resistance. I thought the full set gave you immunity, I guess not. Yeah, I don't think that biome exists. Or I'm just not lucky in not finding it. Jeez, I don't need any more iron. Why is it turning... Oh, there's moss. Why the fuck is there a layer of moss down here? The hell? Don't you blah 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 me. Okay, look, I don't need to be mining any more Addy. What I need to do is I need to get what I need to upgrade the tools and the tables and shit. So I need the portal out. I just set up a permanent portal down here. Where is... I'd love to be able to set a marker, but the markers are bugged. Let's go to the southeasternmost part of this island. Because now we're beyond the 4-hour mark. Where I wanted to stop. Oh, god damn it. Ah, my... I fucking hate the stupid damn things. Whatever. We're done. We're done. We're not going there anymore. I'm done with that shit. I'm like, I wanted to go down here and make an exit, but fuck it. I guess I can just die instead. Why? I don't have op anymore. I don't know why it's showing that I can teleport. Apparently I'm... No. What? I just got kicked from my own fucking world. I got a teleport and I think the error it gave me was you're not allowed to do that or some shit. Lovely. Because it shouldn't give me the option to teleport anyway. It should just say don't have access to that command. It shouldn't kick me from the fucking server like that. I mean, there's plenty of other ones we can go to. There is the one over the old base that I could go to. That one probably has a big open area. This one didn't have one. it's 15 minutes. How long would it take me to get over there? And just tunnel down. I know it's gotta be in, it's gotta be in spots of the world that's volcanic. That much I know. Okay, now we can take plant fibers and make... I just need a fuck ton of heavy hides. I know I can get them from bear. I know bear will drop it. Oh, I'm sorry, that ran out of fuel? Oh, I see. It's spitting out stuff from the ground because it doesn't have any room in its inventory. I don't need to be going exploring anywhere else. What I need to do is I need to get what I need to get this upgraded. This needs a few more heavy leather. This needs snow and void, and this needs the void hearts and the chittens from the frickin' bugs in the south. That's what I need to be doing. So I can wrap it up. I just want to have access to full Addy. Oh no, you ran out of fuel here. Let me open the chest and just feed you all the fucking what I have. Snow stuff. And void. The void hearts are going to be the hard thing. As far as the hide goes, just find a fucking bear. They're everywhere. Just kill bears. Bears drop the leather I need. And they're easier to kill than a damn T-Rex. The T-Rex is like, fuck me, dude. Just poke around a forest. Usually find a lot of bear in a forest. You also find them out in the open. But usually it's in a forest. If I go south of where I am, I'll find plenty of them. I think it's silly. It might be entirely possible for a wooden bucket to break. What happens if a bucket breaks? I'm not interested in spider. I want bear, not spider. Game's music hasn't kicked in yet. I swear, every time the game lag spikes, I think it's just making a backup. I won't find bear here. This is a swamp, but just beyond this swamp is autumn forest. I usually find them in these types of forests, the boreal forests. And of course, there's another devastated lands down that way. Should definitely explore all four of them, and then we know that if we want to find the dinosaurs, we gotta go carefully dig down in the volcanic areas. And that's how we find them. The ashlands or the volcano area is a good spot. That's why the one island had a lot of it, because it was mostly volcanic. This is a biome I haven't been to in the devastated lands, because I don't think that was up there. I can't get over how the middle one kind of looks like a heart. Alright, we're looking for bear. We're bear hunting. I want to have access to full Addy. Not to fight void creatures. For everything else, there's a Quebec village here? Have I been? I think this is the one I stole the ancient from, is it? Yeah, it is. Because it would have been right there. Okay, welcome to Silent Hytale, where the game's music just decided it's not going to work anymore. It should be playing the Quebec Village theme. But I guess it decided that it doesn't want to play music anymore. It says, fuck you, you don't get music. I do need pumpkins for the... Oh! Okay, now the music decides to come in. Okay. Did I find this guy's chest? He didn't spawn with one. What's he selling anyway? Pumpkin pie. I'm looking for bear. Go further south beyond this, there's a boreal forest. I'll probably find bear there. There's Pumbas. Any other time I'd have a bunch of bear up my ass. Now I'm not finding any. Just rabbits and skeleton boys. Starting to get a little mad here, dude. I might just go back to the dinosaurs. There's a Pumbaa. Don't need Pumbaa. I need bear, not Pumbaa. Game seems to be running really rough ever since I got kicked and rejoined. Come on, where's the fucking bear at? Any other time the game would spawn bear like crazy. Now that I'm looking for it, it's not gonna spawn any bear. I'm gonna walk through all these forests, not find a single fucking bear. Yeah, you know, the guy from the fucking fire area is here for some reason. There's a bear, and I just saw... Or there's a fox, and there's a Pumbaa. Where's the damn bear at? Where the fuck is Yogi Bear? Do I need a picnic basket to get some bear to spawn? This fucking spider. Dude, the game is just dying, man. Like, it's having a hard time. Well, there's bear, finally. One singular bear. Told you they spawn in the forests. 2 heavy hide per. I think the dinosaurs gain the same amount of hide. I also haven't uncovered this part of the land. I know we've got a portal back to my base at spawn, too. Oh, thank God! Actual more bear. I've never been so happy to fucking see bear ever. I just need the heavy hide so I can upgrade my crafting table so I can make addy tools. Then I have to go down to the desert and I had to get a bunch of things from the desert. I can't remember what. What the fuck did I need from the desert? Dude, my game is just like running like shit right now, dude. Like, I'm getting actual lag spikes. Oh, they drop a variant amount of hide. 1 to 2, it looks like. I already know what's gonna hurt me with getting addy armor is gonna be heavy hide. And I got more than enough of the metal, I just need the damn hides. So are the spawns for monsters and shit just fixed locations? Like, if I find a bear here and I walk back, turn the corner and come back around, they'll respawn? Come on, how do I do that glitch where I just get shit to spawn constantly? In my new personal world, I was exploring one of the mines. Those mines go really deep, by the way, and they eventually end up a catacomb that has like a treasure chest with like disappointing loot. But I quite literally stood in one spot, and like skeletons kept spawning in the same spot over and over. I've got 11 hide, but I feel like that's not enough. Dude, why is the game constantly running so badly? Consistently. It's getting pretty bad. Wait, I needed poison sac or something, I think. So I should kill spiders, too. No, I needed the chitlins. I didn't need the poison sac. I'll also head back toward my base and see if I got enough stuff. Because next stream I want to just dive into the shard portals. If you die in them, though, you get kicked out, and you're sent back to the overworld, and then the shard's wasted. Another bear. He's sleeping too. I'll kill any bear I come across on the way back to base. It's interesting that you can make a beehive. I don't know what the beehive used for. I don't know if you can get honey or not. I got so much raw wild meat. I need to just turn it into meat sticks. Am I ever gonna put water in this fountain? Please tell me I'll have enough hide for this. I need 30. Alright, stop making that. Make this. It needs 3 heavy leather. Some more bear need to die. So I'm still not gonna have enough to make any of that damn... any full Addy stuff. I'll have to save that for next stream. Because this needs... I need to go up north to get the elements of ice. And then I need the void hearts. It's all heavy leather. bear drop heavy leather, the dinosaurs drop heavy leather. Looks like all my, not eggplants have grown. No eternal seeds this time. So I need 9 more of the eggplants. And then I need 25 pumpkins. I'm still gonna have to hunt more bear in order to get enough to make some tools. What's needed for cobalt? No, that needs heavy leather too. I'm not touching it if I need heavy leather. All those seeds basically tore through all my essence of life I had stored up. I'm just gonna be hunting a lot of... Or I might have used it all. I come back to God. God. You've gotta be kidding. You've gotta be kidding me. Such a piece of shit that it can't reconnect. My stream on YouTube's gonna die. Fucking Christ, dude. Why does Restream do this shit? Like, if it fucking gets disconnected, it like has a seizure for 5 fucking minutes. What a piece of shit. I step away for a minute just to go to the bathroom, and I come back and my stream's dying. That's great. Gotta love that. I love that. That's great. I love having my stream die like that. It's awesome. I guess that means we're gonna start having that problem this week. Because when I start having problems with streams suddenly getting disconnected, it just lasts through the whole week. It's great. So I had a solid 2 weeks. No, it wasn't even 2 weeks, it was less than 2 weeks. I had a solid less than 2 weeks before everything started dying. I can upgrade this fucking finally. How much do I need to make this? What? Where's all that? What? Did it? Where's the, like... The in-game server is lagging hard. Okay, wait, alright, look. We're gonna quit the main menu for a second here. What is going on? The game doesn't need to be connected to the fucking internet in order to work. Oh, I'm invisible too. Right. The game doesn't need to be connected to this fucking internet in order to work. It's all local. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings. Look, we're not turning down video settings. Everything just needs to stop having an aneurysm. Damn, the server is still running badly. I want, very least, before I end stream, I want an Addy pickaxe. But it's probably not a good idea because we just had stream start to have a fucking seizure. Next stream, I'm gonna start making these shards. I'm gonna go into these portal worlds. I think they're instanced, and I think every time you go and spawn in a new one, I think it's a different one and it deletes the old one. So there's no way to, like, permanently, do whatever. But I guess that means you could use them as resource worlds. Go in, grab what you need, get out. You only have 7 minutes, though, and I feel like 7 minutes isn't enough time to do anything. Is it time to get the horse out? I think it is. I think it's time to horse while I look for more fucking bear. I needed to kill 1 or maybe 2 bear. 1, maybe 2. I say maybe 2 because you watch the bear I kill only give me 1 fucking leather, and not 2. I'm finding nothing but Pumbaa. I think I have to close the game out completely to fix this lag issue. It's pretty much consistent. It's like every few minutes. It's just like hitching. And my horse is, eating the ground. And not animating. So let's play this fun game of let's try to get a bear to spawn. And literally everything else spawns but the bear. I just need 1 fucking bear. The game is hitching so bad it's causing my client to hitch. Oh, I don't need spider. There's our bear. Okay, good. It gave me 2 heavy hide. I can make an Addy pickaxe and I can end stream. Just very least, I wanted a fucking adamant pickaxe. I gotta do a little more setting up in order to get full Addy gear. First of all, lots of bear need to die. Second of all, I gotta upgrade both the tables. One requires me to get a lot of, You know, and if there's another bear, I'll murder the bear too. I'm gonna need the hides. Sorry, bear, I need your hide. I don't know why I'm getting lag in a single-player world. The fucking server is hosted locally. What is the deal? Some of the sounds that the damn birds make really do remind me of Breath of the Wild. There's like 2 bird sounds that play that I've also heard in Breath of the Wild all the time. That one is one of them. I haven't heard the other one yet. It says my MS is 0. I don't know why it feels like it's 50. You two have fun drowning down there. I missed every single shot except the last 2. Haven't heard the other sound I hear from Zelda all the time. That just means they're just using... both games are using the same sound library. Okay, now that I have some freaking heavy hide, let's just wait 10 years for this to turn into heavy leather. Stop making that. I'd probably mod in a fucking Philosopher's Stone or some shit to convert stuff up. I'd probably just add the damn alchemy table from fucking Genshin Impact where you can combine, like, multiple of a lower tier item to get one of a higher tier item. Mainly just resources. If anyone's played Genshin or Wuwa, you know what I'm talking about. This is basically like an alchemy system. Alright, come on, I need one more. Give me one more fucking heavy leather. Chop, chop, let's go, come on. Fucking finally. Let's make that Addy pickaxe. Fucking finally, dude. It is beautiful, look at it. It's just a reskinned thorium pickaxe, isn't it? The cobalt one looks cooler. The Addy pickaxe just straight up looks like the thorium one. I could scrap this thing. Scrap the cobalt pickaxe. Start smelting that stuff. I just realized I didn't take a screenshot for thumbnail. I will do that off stream. That's literally the only thing I'll do is I'll just go back to like this area and find a cool spot to take a picture. And I'll change the thumbnail. Oh sure, now it loads up a little bit of the Infinite Lands down south. And there's more infinite lands all this way. I wonder if it'll all be Zone 1 or not. If, like, going east-west gives you the same... That would be how I'd prefer things to work. Like, if you go east-west, it should just be the same. Eventually, east-west should go into Ocean, and then you go back, and it should be like, if you go west of Zone 1, you hit Ocean, and then you wind up back at Zone 1. If you go north, you go up and down a latitude. You max the latitude out, you go across the ocean, and then you wind up in desert. And then Zone 0 again, or Zone 1 then again, Zone 3, in that order. And then going east and west will give you, like, more of the zone you're in. But that's not how it works. As we've seen down there. Alright, so what do I need to upgrade this? I need 30 Chitons, and I need Essence of Ice and Essence of the Void. I could probably get these quicker. The Essence of the Void and the Void Hearts. The Void Heart's gonna be the biggest pain in the ass. What do I need to make a thorium crossbow? Heavy leather again. Cindercloth scraps. I don't know. I think we just have to go fight the dinosaurs. The T-Rexes are one of the best ways to get heavy leather. Because I don't think there's anything else that drops heavy leather down in the devastated lands on the surface. I mean, the wolves drop medium, the cows drop medium, the chickens drop light. So it really is just bear or dinosaur. Everything in the desert just drops fucking, drops the chittens. There are polar bears. I could just hunt polar bears. Up at the glacial areas. I think I just gotta hang around a forest long enough for a bunch of bear. That's the problem, is like the leather. It's hard to source leather. Now it's getting hard to source like heavy leather. You can only get it from bear. But that's gonna be my goal, is I'm gonna get an Addy crossbow. I'm gonna get myself full Addy armor. I don't need to get an Addy shield. I could get away with a Cobalt one, but they'll get an Addy one too, because I think the adamant stuff makes it so that you use less stamina when you block something. Then I think it'll just look cool. But then after that, we make these shards. We get the Fortress of the Undead, that's from the mod. Dragon Spire yield needs 30 Essence of Ice. The Dreadwade, that's the actual end game. And there's Wind Rider Valley. So it's 10 and 30. This just needs Essence of Life. Thorium is renewable too. Those the guys that drop the books, they also drop thorium ingots. I'm trying to think what drops cobalt. There's some boss drops cobalt as well. But you know, then again, this is all easy. It's just the Essence of Ice is the harder thing to get a hold of. You have to kill the skeleton guys up in the north to get Essence of Ice in mass. I forget how many more of these teleporters I can make. Something else I need to do. I have a teleporter at World Spawn. I have one here. And I have a third one that's up here that I was gonna go up here and take this out. So, next stream, because it's now 5 hours. Next stream, we're gonna have to go to the north and kill a bunch of guys up the north. And then go south and get a lot of the... We have to squash some bugs to get the chitlins I need to... The chitins... The chitins? Sitten? Where the hell? Sit and spin? To get these workstations both upgraded. So I can have... Freaking Addy armor and Addy gear. Once I got full red armor and... red gear and I look like the motherfucking Doomslayer, I'm gonna go... We'll go explore these shards. I kind of want to craft them now so I have them, but it'll knock me back from upgrading the tables. We'll probably do the Wind Rider Valley first. Then we'll spend a lot of time in Dragonspire Weld. We'll try to find a dragon. You can't harm the dragon, he just sleeps. He's just a sleepy boy. Then I'll probably do the Fortress of the Undead, because I want to check that mod out. It's kind of like endgame. And then finally, we'll do the Dreadwade. I'm going to make sure I have a lot of potions, and that I move quickly. There's actually really good loot there. There's some ruined structures with platforms you can break through that have chests that have decent loot in them. You can actually go to the Dreadwade in creative mode too. You can just like warp into it using commands, and it gives you infinite time when you do that. But the things that happen there won't happen unless you use the fragments to get in, because the fragments are what sets the time limit. So basically, you use some resources to get more resources. I think Addy's the only thing that's not renewable. Dragonspire, you'll find a lot of cobalt. Wind Rider Valley, you'll find thorium. So it's just adamant that's the tricky part. But I have so much of it, I mean, why not? The Ancient Gateways is basically the end game of Hytale. Once you start going into these Ancient Gateways, you're pretty much done with Hytale's content. For as much as there right now. I mean, we saw portal dungeons throughout the world. I mean, over to the east there's like an overworld dungeon I can go into, but I don't think I can find any on the map. I've ran across a lot of them. The WIP dungeons. I think there's one directly to the south near here. Yeah, it's like right here. It's partially obscured by this structure. There's one right there. Those are portal dungeons. It's just like when you go into the portal that leads you to the Forgotten Temple. You'll find portal dungeons. You walk into them, you go through an instance dungeon. You have some sort of challenge and you leave. I think that's what the actual endgame of Hytale is going to be. Is you'll explore the world of Hytale, you'll go through the 5 zones, or maybe they'll eventually have like all 7 zones in. You'll explore the world of Hytale, which will be greatly transformed. You'll go through all the zones, and then that'll be it. I'm gonna save and quit this world. I'm gonna stop yapping for a second here. I'm gonna go into creative mode. I'm gonna show you stuff that we're not gonna be able to see. I have to go into creative mode to show it though. Of course, in here I'm running a few mods as well. A couple mods that I've made myself. This will take like a few minutes. Just a little bit extra. Let me mark the stream here, so I can make a highlight for it. So I can just kind of make a separate video and show it off. So people don't have to sit through a 5-hour stream to see this. Okay, so this is my Azure saplings. I was messing with some mods. Making mods. I've got like a sapling that actually grows into these Azure trees. Then I was trying to make like Azure wood, and I was able to make it. It's just I'm not too thrilled with the texture work. I literally just recolored hardwood. So I feel like it should have its own wood type. And if you build it, it's gonna look like that. I'm not really feeling the texture. These are modded. These are not like hardwood planks that are repainted. These are, I mean, they are, but they're a separate item. So if some dingus like me can fucking go into Hytale and mod it in like a couple hours. It took me like a couple hours, like 2 or 3 hours to figure it out, because I'm not looking at a guide or anything. I'm literally opening up the asset editor and trying to figure out how they piece things together. And then there's the master sword that I made. I actually like I like the way I did the texture on the blade, but the hilt is just like bad. I've seen better master sword model work that looks better. But I mean, it works. You can tell it's the fucking master sword by looking at it. It's supposed to be the Ocarina of Time master sword. Let me go inside my house where I've been dumping shit. Put that away. Put this away. Everything else I'm just gonna delete. Oh, I can't even... That glitch is so much fun. Like, I can't even get into my stuff. Now, I'm pretty sure I could figure out how to make a warp portal that'll warp us into where I want to go. Let's just go full Addy. Let's explore the parts of Hytale that you're not able to get into. That's a two-handed weapon, which are uncraftable. The longswords are uncraftable for some reason. Alright, so what are these other worlds I'm talking about? Well, if we go up to World, and we go down to Instances, double-click on Hytale Assets, we have... Oh, they alphabetized it now. So, you might have noticed we have Zone 1 Plains 1, Zone 2 Desert 1, Zone 3 Taiga 1, and Zone 4 Volcanic 1. I don't think they're named anywhere else. There's Creative Hub, there's the default flat, default old, default void. It's now listed alphabetized now. I think there's something called short-lived, short-lived, slow. There's timeout. You have portals, henges, portals jungles, portals oasis, portals taiga. And then you have Zone 1, 2, 3, and 4. These bottom ones, we're going to explore these. The one I don't want to go into is Hadra. So let's explore these. Let's go to Portal Hinges. Hit spawn. We'll spawn us in. That's all you gotta do to go to another world, by the way, in creative mode. So I'm going to show you the ones... I want to show you the worlds that you can't get into in exploration mode. So first up is Hinges. I forgot how I, how do I no-clip again? Was it F3? Yeah, there it is. We got an F3 for a sec. So this is Hinges. These are the stone henges. The entire world is just this. You might realize it looks very similar to, Owie. It looks very similar to... I should have got food. Left click to decrease stage, right click to increase stage. Works on farming block. Okay, cool. I was looking for potions. Just give me a healing totem. Just give me a fucking healing totem. Potions of health and potions of regeneration. That's interesting. It's called a lesser health potion. And not potion of health. It's just like they're renaming them or something. There's all the potions, oops. Glowing royal magic potion. Furniture royal magic potion glow. Okay. Whatever. And give me some, it's called a skewer. That's what I'm looking for. Just give me some meat skewers. And then I'm looking for, crossbow. Oh, that's right, I don't have that mod on here, so we just have to deal with, give me a bow then. What's interesting is, there's multiple arrows. There's a clear shot arrow, the crude arrow, the dead eye arrow, the iron arrow, and a true shot arrow. That's what's interesting. Now I believe if I just keep going south, because the whole point of spawning in here is it's, you can already see there's void all around us. Look at these guys. This is just a POI for World Gen V2. And these areas I'm going into, the Stonehenge thing, it's a void world. It's a singular island with void around it. It doesn't keep generating. And this world isn't infinite. It does... There's a lot of structures, too, it looks like. I think Henge is supposed to be simulating World Gen V2 for icebergs. So it's like the snowy biome. I don't know why my game is just running so badly. So we got a structure over here. What structure is this? It's all covered in ice, whatever it is. There's the loot that's in it. But you can see it just drops off into a void. Eventually. I'm gonna try to make my way to it. Game sure loves spawning these skeletons. I had to be careful, I didn't know if I was near the void or not. There is a particular sound that plays when you're near the void, too. I'm like really close to it. Hear that sound? That's the void. I think this is yeah, that's bedrock too. The in-lore reason for this is actually a shard of Orbis. Orbis has been ripped apart into shards. And the shards that were going in through the ancient gateways are just allowing us to go into, like, a little bit of it. My question is, can I build out into the void, or is it not going to let me? There's nothing out there, by the way. It's just endless. That's all it'll be. That's all it ever will be. Just endless. I think we'll do F7, what it'll say. Environment void, it says. Weather void. That's one of the worlds that we can't see just yet. Next, we're going to go into those henges. There's jungles. Portal jungles. Portal's oasis. I think oasis is Hedra and oasis. And then the dragon wield is not shown here. Dungeon and Goblin crashes the game if you go into it. So if you actually want to explore the shard worlds in creative, it's Hedra is the first one. Oasis is the second one. I think it's Portal's Taiga as the next one. So we're gonna go to the jungles next. Now, of course, every time I hit spawn, it's actually it's spinning up an instance. And you have to go into your world folder and delete them. I think you can delete them if you're not in the current world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Devastated Lands. Specifically the Ashlands. Now, if you remember, like last time, Ashlands and volcanic areas give way to massive underground jungles. Now, I believe this world is actually infinite. If I keep going, like, north-south, we will just keep finding more and more land. It doesn't break off into the void. Even though I think it should. Because it said it was portals. So it's portals that should have a void eventually. I'm gonna keep heading north for a little bit. But I don't think this one generates a void. I think it just keeps going. So it's interesting how they have a couple of them set to generate until it drops off into a void. And then others just keep generating. When they eventually add these into exploration, if they ever do add them into exploration, it'll be timed like everything else. You can only be here for like 7 minutes. So remember the Ashlands we went through in the Devastated Lands? This is what they'll look like. And this is just one biome, by the way. This is just the Ashland biome. There's no POIs, which is a bit annoying. Because there were like the cities and stuff in this biome type. My game is really having a hard time. I think they just add POIs to some of them because they're like testing the POIs, but I think... Do I have better map in this? No, I don't. We're just using the vanilla map. Yeah, because it's not finding the command. I don't have that one installed in the creative world. So this is basically what the jungle thing is. It's ashlands and then these wooden tendrils of deadwood. So much for a jungle, huh? Not really much of a jungle now, is it? No, wait a minute. Remember, the jungle's underground. Yeah, I think this is infinite. I don't think it'll stop anytime soon. There's sections that are like really big volcanoes too. It's like a bunch of volcanic rock. To find the jungle, we're gonna have to go underground. I mean, I could just like no-clip down, but what would be the fun in that? It's gonna involve these deadwood trunks. They're like wooden tendrils that are growing up from the ground. So you gotta dive into one of these. There is a mini structure that spawns in here that I'm looking for. We can get a particular weapon. There we go. There's our T-Rex friend. Isn't he friendly? Of course, he's the first guy I come across. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the jungle. Ow. Motherfucking poison plants. Of course, you can tell the jungle's not complete because we don't have all the foliage at the bottom, but... Ah, yeah, we got the Yoshis, too. My favorite. Remember, if you're in creative mode and you just don't want to get your health back up, just hit the letter O. You'll be fine. The stupid way to get your health back. So the thing about World Gen V2 is, it's very rough on CPU. Like, very rough. Like, my model might be getting a little jerky here and there. So if you got an old CPU, you might want to consider upgrading your CPU in the near future. I have a Ryzen 1700X. I probably need to upgrade it to like a 30 series or better. But this World Gen V2 thing will be in a couple years. But these are the jungles, and you see they just seem to go on forever. Those tendrils are how you get down into them. The only shame is when I look up I don't see like any of the lava crystals. That's also why when we were in the devastated lands, that's why in certain areas it seemed like the game was like lagging out a lot. It's because it was generating these jungles underneath. The hidden underground jungles, man. I think this is all we can find down here. Some of the trees are breaking, too. What the fuck? Why? I think the game is placing trees, and then the trees don't have any ground, so they're just breaking. That's not helping the server load one bit. What's my MS? Probably like 20. Bro's coming at me at like fucking 5 frames per second, dude. The Yoshi, 5 FPS Yoshi, dude. I should remind you, this is all work in progress stuff. That's why it's kind of running bad. Complete work in progress. See all my models kind of like having a spasm attack? We're CPU bound right now. Goddamn, this Yoshi will not fucking die. The other thing is, every world I spawn exists on a thread. But I think if a world isn't loaded, it won't be on a thread. So yeah, jungles will start to look like this going forward. I'm gonna go into creative. I'm gonna turn off collisions for a second. I want to see if I can find something in particular. This is basically all the jungles are. They're just this for now. There's a distinct lack of like the crystals on the ceiling. There's a distinct lack of like the ponds and stuff. No, there's a pond here. No, that's not a pond. These are other type of tree. There's no POI or structures or anything. And this is the rest of the world, and then we hit the bottom. But let me see if I can find something in particular. I gotta go back to where the tendrils were. I think this video I saw was just a fucking lie. But basically, it's like if you go into the tendrils and you find like a small little area in the tendrils that has like a tree. There's supposed to be a chest that's hidden there, and you can get the flame sword. I honestly think that video is fake. I mean, it's a fake-ass video. Because if there was a chest, I would see it. Like, let me try something. Give me a, There's no such thing as a legendary chest, is there? Oh, no, there is. There is a legendary chest. So if I were to stick this underground, like right there, the game's not letting me place it. That's great. Come on. The game's lagging so... Dude, it's lagging so hard I can't even put anything down. It's unbreaking the blocks I break. Dude, let me place the fucking chest. Asshole. It would look like that. It has a space like this. It would look like this. This is what we would look for. And it's only got one slot in it. Dude, I can't break anything. The world is running that badly. Something else you could do in the meantime if you're just having real bad performance problems is you could also just lower your render distance down. But it was like you go through the tendrils up top. Eventually these tendrils would have like a little bit of jungle in it. And you'd find a legendary chest that would have the flame sword in it. But I honestly think, because this guy happened to know exactly where this item was, I think he just lied. I think he's a dirty, dirty liar. Because if I flew under the ground, we would see it. So it's just not there. It's interesting that it's giving me petrified log as a drop. Our next instance we're going to go into is we're going to check out World Gen V2. Zone 1 Plains 1. Maybe this one will run a little bit better. The jungles are always a little bit rough on Hytale's engine. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what is going to be the Emerald Grove in World Gen V2. Doesn't this look familiar? Now, I think this one is actually a little bit less rough on my system. I know that the taiga is pretty rough, though. It looks kind of empty, which is unfortunate. We can see these little crevasses that are opening up. These are caves. The caves are kind of lackluster, if you ask me. They're not that great. I think these caves are not caves, and they're cave openings. But man, look at all the fucking marble. Well, that's chalk, not marble. I mean, you can see this is what Orbis is going to look like, or at least an idea of what it will look like. Again, you know, work in progress. Let's start heading west into these forests. There's even rivers. One complaint I had about Hytale's rivers is the rivers just like exist and then stop existing randomly. They don't, you can't follow them. It doesn't matter how far east or west we go, we will not hit an ocean. These are oak trees. That's what the forest will look like. Now remember, the instance said, what instance did it say it was? It was like Zone 1, Plains 1, right? So this is just plains. Zone 1 has plains, forest, and swamp. So we're just seeing like, okay, we got the mountainous areas with the cracks in them that go into the caves. We got... This is the most impressive thing right here, is when you go up to the rivers, you can see how the rivers just carve out the land. So you have mountains and you have lowlands, and you see there's like erosion and stuff. There's even little lakes. But this is all very, like, experimental, early alpha stuff. They're still working on this. This is just what they were working on. I mean, the river doesn't have any, like, sandy rocks or anything like it should have. Because they're still experimenting with World Gen V2. You can experiment with this World Gen stuff, too. It's in the node editor. I mean, you can explore this all you want, but you're not going to find any POIs here. I've done so myself, and I haven't found any POIs. But the cool thing is I can actually follow this river. And it doesn't seem to just suddenly cut off. Of course, we still got enemies, which is great. I think the way the game works is it doesn't... If no player is inside of a world, the world gets unloaded. I forgot the command. I think it's like worlds, right? If we do worlds list, we can see all the worlds we've loaded. So we can see there's instance, portals, henges. There's default world, instance, portals, jungles, and instance zone 1, plains 1. We're all loaded into the server. Or the other commands we had access to. There's reset. You can reset a world. List, remove, prune, load, add, set default, save, pause, config pause time seed, PvP, set spawn, world settings, world map type. There's a whole bunch of like ticking, block ticking. It's actually possible, believe it or not, to set different tick rates. Actually, that might be the ocean to the west of us. I might have misspoke. I thought there weren't oceans in this. That might be like a coastline just to see what oceans would look like, but then there's not an actual ocean there. I mean, you have to realize Zone 1 in the main game is a bunch of biomes put together. This is just the plains biome that has plains, the rolling hills, and the little forested areas. This is definitely an ocean that's coming up. Let's check that out. Like, we even got forest, little flower forest. This is starting to grow on me. The only thing I don't like, and I'll show you what I don't like, it's going to be a consistent thing across all the new world gen. There's a distinct lack of caves. And I think it's because they just haven't added the caves in yet. I think they want to redo all the caves. Right now, they're focusing on what's on the surface. Because you see this up ahead, this little hole? That would be a cave entrance. Let's go check it out. Let's go see how these caves are. The plains area, zone 1, is probably like the least intensive. So yeah, this is what the caves look like. This would have gone into a cave, but it just cuts off. This is just like a natural part of the terrain. Let's go check out the ocean. So much for this being a 4-hour stream. I'll extend this 6. Fall damage is going to be a real problem. So this is what oceans are going to look like. Now, it's not... There is no ocean biome. The zone will never go into ocean. But, like, the world terrain generation will allow an ocean to spawn. But it's not an actual ocean. Like, if I push F7, you'll see that it's just the shores instead. Like, every one of the overworld biomes has a shore. So, this is basically what like the shores will look like. If you have like a little tide pool over here. This would eventually give way to like an actual ocean. Look at this beach. Look at, I would want to build my house on top of that. Where that tree is, cut that tree down, put a house there. Put a lighthouse there. Put some stairs, like carve out some stairways to go up to it. That would be fucking cool. Let's go into creative mode. Let me show you what the oceans look like. They don't look like anything. We'll just fly around. The oceans look like this because there is no ocean. Again, if I just F7 again. Oh, it actually does say environment zone 0, so there is ocean, actually. I misspoke, I'm wrong. But they're barren because, well... This is basically what World Gen V2 oceans look like. They look like this. Completely barren. That's just because they're incomplete. They're still working on it. They actually said, Simon said his goal for the oceans in V2 is going to be like a mixture between like Subnautica and like a bunch of other stuff. That's the vibe he wants to go for. I am a fan of the way the world gen looks. It just looks barren compared to the main game because it only has the plains biome, which is consisted of a shoreline, an ocean, a river, which you see the rivers do terminate out into the oceans. Except right here where it dried out. But you can follow these rivers. They go out into oceans. It looks nice. Like, dude, block a game. And this is using procedural generation too. This is how it'll look. This is like really early alpha stuff. Imagine the stuff that's in the ocean occupying this space. It just looks beautiful. It looks beautiful and ugly at the same time. It looks ugly because it doesn't have, like... It doesn't have the... boreal forest. It doesn't have the blue forest. It doesn't have the Halloween pumpkin forest. It doesn't have the swamp. It's just forest, the hills. It doesn't even have the little mountains. It's just forest and hills. I am in creative mode, so I can just teleport around. That's the cool part. So if we go to, like... Where do we want to warp to? Let's warp to right here. That's the nice thing about creative, is you can just do that. These are supposed to be openings into caves. I can't find a cave opening anywhere. Or that leads into it. Because this is basically how the world would lead into the caves, and then the caves just don't cave. Sometimes you'll get stuff like this. So this is basically what your caves will kind of look like. But I don't think this is a cave. This doesn't feel like a cave to me. This feels like it's the world gen that leads into the caves, and then the cave gen would take over. As you can see, the caves are, like, very barren. I'm not a fan of the way the caves look right now. There's no POIs, there's no dungeons, nothing. Nothing really interesting. That's what makes me a little bit worried. But you can see we can get ores. We can get copper, we can get iron. We can get everything here. Am I about to be wrong again? I'm gonna push F7 again so I can get my wall position up. We're gonna go turn off clipping. It's like right where I'm at, 35. This would be where, like, the lava caves would be. This is what the cave gen looks like right now. Seems pretty boring. To me, at least. There's the darkwood, the trees that we're talking about. These things, you find this type of tree. These always open up into caves. Got some sort of mushroom there. But you can also hear the music isn't changing to, like, the cave environment music. So like I said, these are just like how the caves would go into like the actual caves themselves. But if we keep moving around, there's not really much going on in terms of cave. In fact, environment-wise, it still thinks we're on the surface. That's the only thing I don't like about it. And even when we go to the other areas, it's going to be kind of much of the same. Alright. Back to another instance. I'm actually curious about Oasis and Desert 1. Let's go to Zone 4 Volcanic 1. Let's do that one. Then we'll touch the others later. This might just give me a repeat of the previous area we were at with the jungle. I think it is. It's just a repeat. If I turn clipping off, we're gonna have jungles down here? Yeah, we will. Will we see the legendary chests here? Nope, there's no legendary chests. That's a lie. So we just have like a repeat. I don't know, they have like two different instances. One's meant for portals and one is like what they're working on. It pretty much looks the same. And it's gonna lag out too, so let's swap instantly. So we've been to plains, we've been to volcanic. I think Portal's Taiga and Taiga are the same. Let's go do Zone 2 Desert 1. Let's do that one. Takes a hot minute to load. Now, Zone 2 Desert 1 is different from Oasis. Desert 1 is just desert biome. There's no savanna. It's just like there'll be a river. There'll be some trees. The trees are usually just found near the river. There's also the fucking bugs. My favorite. Right? But again, you can just follow the rivers. That is, I love World Gen V2 and how it does rivers right. And there's like a clear erosion system here. You can see it's like carved out like a canyon. There's a lizard. 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 There's also a camel. He's got a yellow shell on his back. Why can't I ride the camel? I should figure out how to mod the game so I can ride the camel. It's supposed to be like a JSON config. But this is pretty much what you have, because you remember, like, the desert was like, there's desert, there's oasis, and there were badlands. There's like the 3 sections. Tell me that doesn't look interesting. That looks hella interesting. There's little spikes, these rock spikes out in the middle of the desert. We're not gonna find any oases out here. We'll just find these trees, we'll find the rocks. I don't think we'll find oceans yet, or shorelines. I think it's literally just desert. You will just keep coming across the river, I think. If I go east-west, we'll eventually hit like another small little river. I want to stay in creative mode. It's just for my own sanity. Was it page up and page down to increase? There's a way Simon increase and decrease their movement speed while flying. If there was going to be an oasis, the small one would have spawned down there. Now, if the world looks really foggy, that's because I'm moving so fast the server can't keep up. What's beyond the fog is just void. There's nothing there because it hasn't generated it yet. I just want to see if we can come across another river. Because I think this river is just going to keep going north-south. And you can actually see how it's carving into the ground. Now this over here looks interesting. Send me over here. What's over here? Just like a little hillside with tree. I think the only river is just this one right here. I don't think there's any other river. I think this river keeps going north-south. And the world's just set to generate this river going north and south. Where I'm at right now is actually very interesting. It's a very interesting feature. If I just go swing around southwise, you can see how it's just... It's a rolling hill. There's something interesting. Oh, that's a deadwood. Oh, there is another river. The only way you can get... Hytale's really good about its chunk generation. The only way for me to see the void is to actually, like, teleport out into the void and then see the chunks generate. So I guess if you find yourself in one of these World Gen V2 deserts, just follow the river if you want wood. It's a good place to find it. And again, there's erosion. It looks like the river is just eroding the desert. But again, same problem I had with the last thing. If we no-clip, this is what the caves look like. They're just like this. Only this time it is counting it as a cave. It's just big and open. Almost like it's the same generation thing they used for the jungles, actually. There is nothing here, it's just terrain. So I think they're still trying to figure out how to cave. I wouldn't mind having these big spacious open caves if we still had like the small little noodle caves too, because I like the little noodle caves, I like exploring them. Look, there's some ore. One thing of iron. So there is origin in this, but I don't think there's any thorium, I think it's just iron. In fact, I think it's only been iron. Just as like a placeholder, I guess. Somebody did said that the origin in the game right now is placeholder. I hope the ore isn't going to be this rare, because that's just stupid. I don't like it. I feel like the current origin in many places is still too common in some spots. So that being nerfed a little bit is fine. So all of the portals are going to lead us where we want. Like, Oasis is going to lead us someplace. I'm curious about Taiga 1. This one's going to run really bad. I know it will. Because this one's always rough, but it's the... Taiga is the most complete one. That's why they made a copy of the instance. As you go through the instance list, there's a bunch of instances that are just copies of each other, basically. So I think this one is... Yeah, it's just identical. I actually don't want to be here just yet. So we're just going to imagine we didn't see this, but again, if you dive down into the caves... The caves, yet again, are a little bit on the lackluster side. Not a lot of ore to find, aside from just the occasional bit of iron. But it would seem like more work was done. But again, you eventually just have these big-ass caves at the bottom. I actually think these caves down here, the big open caves in the bottom, are meant to be like the lava cave. Because this doesn't look like Zone 3's caves at all. But I'm actually going to stop because I don't want to spoil this area off. We'll visit this for 7 minutes next stream. Alright, now, there's something called short-lived, let me scroll down. Default, there's default, default flat, default old, and default void. I'll do default void. Let's do short-lived slow. We're gonna do that one. Give it a minute, because this the world I'm currently in is like rough. Alright, so this might look familiar. This is what short-lived is. It looks familiar because this is basically, what the world was gonna look like before they decided to make it infinite generation. I'm a bit curious why it's called short-lived slow. But you can see the caves here are just like, you know, how they should be. You got your lava caves that go on forever in each direction. I actually do think that these lava caves, they just, if you keep going, they'll cover the entire bottom of the world. What's this? I've never seen this room before. I need to pause for a second here because we're having some really bad lag. Basically, all the worlds we loaded up, all those different instances, are now sitting in memory somewhere. And that's causing a problem. There's a way to fix that. The way we fix that is I quit the main menu. I first need to know what world instance this is. Because I don't know what instance this is. It says short-lived slow is what it's called. Let me quit the main menu and shut down the server. The internal server that's running because it's having a seizure. I'm going to go into the folder. I need to go into a folder called the universe. And then inside the universe there's a folder called worlds. There might be one called short-lived. I see default world, flat world, instance creative hub, portals. I don't see the one I was just on. There's default and there's default underscore world. I think default underscore world is the one that was just created. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this folder. I'm going to delete everything that's inside the universe folder except creative hub. Well, actually it doesn't matter if I delete creative hub because it'll recreate it. But we're going to delete all those. And what that did is that just made it so those worlds don't exist anymore. Because basically what was going on is every time you use the instance command, it creates the instance, but it does not close it. So as you spin up more and more worlds, those worlds are actually still running in the background. They're just running on a different thread. Right, I'm in Cosmos of Creality for some reason, in Convergence. Even though I shouldn't be. I must have deleted the world I was in. That's fine. We'll go back to the instance we were at. It was called Short-Lived. So it's not, now it's not going to start running badly. It's just like every time you run one of these instances, it freaks out. Like my actual computer's inputs were being delayed. That was the bad sign. My model's freezing still. Short-Lived does not use any of the new world gen. It's world gen V1. If I head south, we'll wind up hitting the desert. In fact, you can see it's down there. I'm not entirely sure what is it about short-lived that makes it short-lived. It might be the oceans. It might be the fact that the world is not infinite. It's instant short-lived, slow. See, I don't know. I guess I didn't find. Failed to find instant short-live, slow. World's been reset to creative hub. Okay, so that's what happens if you delete the world that your character's in. It sends you back to like a default world and regenerates it. So you really have to try and break the game. I want to fly west and try to hit the coast. I can do this faster by freaking the game the fuck out. I think the reason it's short-lived is because I think after you pass the devastated lands, there's no infinite lands. It's just, like default old. Well, just wait for it to generate. I love being able to right-click teleport on the map. Of course, you've seen the devastated lands before. Right, I'm now in the middle of the ocean. So, at this point, we would have seen infinite lands. We would have seen, like, the more procedurally generated lands, but that's... Nope. This is what short-lived is. Short-lived is... It generates the world as the continent. The continents are randomly generated. They use a different seed every time. But this is what Hytale was originally going to be. And it looks like there's something over here that's a landmass. Let's warp over here. Now, you remember when they said out in the ocean you'd find islands, right? This is basically what it would be. This over here is not an infinite land, it's an island. Or maybe no, I'm wrong, this is an infinite land. It was short-lived because I guess they felt like it was too spaced apart, is what it was. Granted, that's a really large, You saw why that ocean was. That ocean was huge. I'm curious about this. I think it was called short-lived slow because it was short. So we don't get any islands like this that often. That's the unfortunate part. And there might be some features in short-lived slow that just don't exist. I know up here we saw infinite land again. We saw the game's struggling because I'm just warping around. This is kind of what the infinite lands are like. You've got the biomes are just in any order. But of course, you still got your normal caves. This is V1 World Gen after all. The only reason why I'm lagging out so hard is because I'm forcing the game to regenerate entire chunks around the player instead of just loading in the few that would need to. It's basically the same level of hitching you have when you first create a world, but this is what infinite worlds will look like, basically. Even when I eventually explore them in my survival world, they look like this. You have a little bit of one biome, you'll have... This one's mostly like desert. So I'm a little curious what short-lived slow compared to the main overworld is like. But there's one final type I want to show off. We go back into instances and we go to default old. Not default, but old. So I think short-lived is like, short-lived is nothing but a void. I'll show short-lived for a second. I need to make sure I'm flying when I do this. Because it'll send me into like a void world, basically. So, welcome to short-lived. That's all it is, it's just this. The dirt block being the spawn point. There's nothing else out here, it's just a void. Pretty depressing, huh? Okay, let's go over to default old. Default old is actually the more interesting one. Default old. If I go to the north, I'll come across the snowlands. If I go down south, I'll come across the desert. But the interesting part is when you come across the ocean. Let's start running north. My tracking is dying. Remember those other worlds I loaded in? Yeah, they're still loading. They're still loaded in the background. It's interesting how the rest of my game is running badly. Because the actual game itself runs fine, but it's like everything else that's running in parallel is bad. What if I can unload everything? To make this a little bit better. World prune, remove all non-default worlds without online players. Okay, so it's like world prune. There. We've like deleted our flat world and default world we're in too, that's great. That's not, I did not want to do that. And the game is still running badly. There's default and there's instance default old. For some reason the flat world that you spawn in creative doesn't work. The other interesting part is I guess the other worlds didn't exist long enough to, like, the other worlds must not have existed long enough to be saved. We got another invisible Quebec village, that's funny. Like, if you've explored the main overworld, it's kind of like that. I'm gonna just freak the game out for a second and go right here and just wait a good 10 years. You can actually see something a little bit interesting over here. There's an island. I don't know if devastated lands appear in this world or not. But we can now see there's a little bit of Zone 3 up here. I just remember that the devastated lands spawned in the corners. So now we're in Frostmarsh Tundra. That's Zone 3. We can actually see it over here. There's just like a volcano or something. It's a little artifact of the old world type. There's just oceans. Endless oceans. With nothing in them but the rare island on occasion. I don't think there's devastated lands here. I mean, that up there starts to look like one, but that's just the gravel. What's really interesting is it looks like the Zone 3 is way larger. Of course, my model's going to freak out, and I'm going to be a little jerky for a bit, because I'm basically forcing the world to generate enough chunks that would be like a new world. So there's the Everfrost. There's the northernmost part of the land. And then there's this. This is basically what's out here. A whole lot of nothing. There are no infinite lands. You'll have like what this like, oh, is this an infinite land? No, it's an island. Because Zone 0 is incomplete. They just shoved the devastated lands there. There's islands. They're only available in this world type. This is also what makes me think the devastated lands don't exist in here, because I mean, here's your... If you're wondering what's burning here, it's I think it's like sharks or something. But here's your jungle. I don't even think Addy Ore spawns here. If we dip down below the world, there's no caves out here either. It's just a noise generator at this point. That is an interesting aspect of these old worlds, the old world type, is the world itself is actually pretty large. But they had to shrink it, I guess, in order to fit Zone 4 in. Because you would have seen the devastated lands in one of the corners, so... This is a world gen type that's before they added devastated lands into the game. Zone 3 is way bigger than it was. This might look like an infinite land up here, but it's not. It's probably just connected to the mainland somewhere. I want to warp there. It looks like an island. In fact, it is an island. Which is probably part of the mainland. Because you know as you go out to the ocean, there's nothing there. That's probably my one complaint about the default world, is the other two zones are way too small. So it's like, in order to make it so that the world can be infinite or something, or to fit in like Zone 4, because the reason they're doing World Gen V2 is I think when they started to add in after they started adding in like more than 3 zones, that's when they started running into problems. And this exact issue, you know how we're seeing like Zone 3 is like really, really large. The further north we go, the more snow-covered it becomes. We go east and west, and it just continues on. We go south down here. It's just like tundra. It's like Zone 3 is actually a decent size, and we can explore it for a good bit. So if you don't mind having a world of no adamantite, and just cobalt and thorium or your gear tiers, then you could just load up this world. Hello, Talon 1024. What's going on, dude? This is just the end of the stream. I was just showing off the old world type and some of the other worlds, some of the other instances you can get into in Hytale using the creative mode. And this world map is pretty freaking large. The mainland in Hytale, your default world, seems pretty small in comparison to this. So originally Hytale was supposed to just generate one large continent with like small infinite islands beyond that are just meant to be just like the far lands or like the back rooms or something. I still don't see Zone 1 anywhere. I probably have to go to like right here until we start seeing Zone 1 pop up on the map. Like, I would have come across halfway through Zone 1 by now. There's Zone 1 down there. Because, you know, in the main world we're playing on, we explored up north. It was like Zone 1, and then I think Zone 1 is actually separated by a ocean or a river. So it's like a continent with a continent. So I think originally they were doing like a multi-continental thing. If I warp here, is this considered an ocean? Yeah, it is. It's an ocean. I honestly would have preferred if the world spawned like this. Because Zone 3 is so much larger. Because you go to Zone 1 ends, it doesn't connect to Zone 3 like a sudden drop-off. There's a small little ocean that kind of acts like a river as a boundary between these. Then you go north to Zone 3. There's just no devastated lands. I think. I haven't found any. I've gone all the way to the west and there's just ocean. I've gone to the north, there's just ocean. Let's go check out the desert. What's interesting is the desert. This is probably what they were talking about. Like Zone 3, Zone 1 seems a little bit small vertically. I just want to see how far we go till we see the ocean. This might just be a real good world seed because I'm seeing the end of the desert right here. But I know in my world it was like Zone 3 is really small. You go in, you're walking through a taiga, and then you're already in the tundra. You're already in the snow area. You can see the desert is so much larger. So it's like the trade-off is we made the world smaller, but the world's infinite. But I think they made it smaller because they needed to fit in the devastated lands. And the devastated lands didn't really work with World Gen V1, so they had to like change things to get it to work. Which is the point of short-lived. That's an island, isn't it? That's a desert island? Because remember, there was a snow island on the top right, and that looks like there's a desert island on the bottom right. It could be possible these two islands, the snow island and the desert island, is what became devastated lands later on. Because if I continue to go out this way, it's just going to be like back to the infinite ocean. And it just has like little islands like this, with no caves underneath. Let's turn off collisions. Maybe there is Addy ore and it's just toward the bottom of the world. We start going eastward. Like we're going toward the oceans. I'm sure the caves will eventually stop. Because as you hit the infinite oceans, the caves stop. Yep, right here. This cave right here is the furthest point. Then it just stops. And it goes into the unfinished ocean. I'm still alive and I'm about to end. Alright, so... world type old? The main continent is way larger. It's like really, really large. Something they could have done with Hytale is they could have kept this really large continent type, slowly added in, like every time they add in a new zone, I think that's what was the idea, was like every zone is a continent, basically. It's continental. Like the size of the entire starting continent is the size of one of those zones. And as they added more zones, it would just be pushed out further. And the world mass itself would get larger and larger. That's what I would have done anyway. And that way it would just made it so if you walked to the boundary of the right-hand side, it warps you to the left to give it like a sense of wrapping around the planet. Because Zone 2 is really, really big. Now, of course, I don't have the one map mod installed, so maybe it's because I can pull my map all the way back a little bit further. But it's definitely larger. You can spawn these in too. All you have to do is go into... You need to opt yourself, go into Creative Tools, go to World, go to Instances, and then go to Default Old. And that's how you get into this world. So if you want a large world to explore, that's probably one way to do it. The drawback is there's no Zone 4. So there's no devastated lands, there's no adamantite, unless you find it in a chest. And there's no devastated lands to explore. But you have a larger desert. Like, look how big this fucking desert is. It's insane. I would have hit the ocean by now. If this was a normal world. But I have not. It's still desert. It's massive. I'm waiting for it to load in so I can warp down even further. What would have been more disappointing? If the main continent was smaller, but the worlds were infinite? Or if the main continent was the only continent that was there on your world in Hytale, and then it was just these infinite oceans of these small little islands that are basically like the oceans of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. There's just nothing there. It's just there to make the world feel believable. But then your world isn't infinite. Like, it has like a soft cutoff. Like the moment you get into... That looks like a devastated land. This is way south. I want to check this out. What is this? Are the devastated lands here? It warped me into a cave? Oh wait, no. This is just one of those little islands. We're still going south. I misspoke, chat. There are the devastated lands. There they are. So they're to the south. It's kind of a race against time, too, because this is using World Gen V1. Eventually, they're going to make it so World Gen V1 stops generating terrain. Good God, how far is the desert until it stops? No, the question is, will there be dinosaurs in the devastated lands? You know, and now that I think about it, the 15 minutes of gameplay that Simon showed was probably this old world type. There's the Southern Ocean. There it is right there. So are the devastated lands in a corner of the world? Or are they just further south from the desert? Because I went all the way to the north. And I didn't see any devastated lands. But now I can confirm there are devastated lands. As soon as you see stuff like this, that's when you've gone out into the ocean. That's when you've gone too far. There's nothing beyond the ocean. I have actually traveled 10,000 blocks out into the ocean where it's just nothing but these little random islands, and there's nothing there. It's just more of those small little islands. There's no infinite lands. Or if they are, they're probably millions of blocks away. I'm just warping to the west to see if there's another group of devastated lands to the west. It would be visible from the coastline. That's the way they generate. And I'm just giving the world time to catch up, because I am teleporting like probably thousands of blocks at a time. I think the server crashed. No, it's fine. The mobs are moving again. This is really big. This is Wumbo. Wumbo sized. I'm a little bit torn. Like, the idea that the worlds aren't infinite, but the land mass itself is big. I feel like that would be a decent trade-off. But I think the reason why they copped out and made the land mass smaller, but then made it so the world's big with these infinite lands, that honestly the infinite lands just look ugly in comparison to the mainland. I think that was a cop-out temporarily to appease the people that are coming to this game from Minecraft. They're like, oh well, I want my other block game to be like Minecraft. I want it to be infinite world. If the world was this, I still haven't reached the edge of this desert. This is a massive desert. Like, if I did 2 warps north, I would have been out of the desert by now. Right, that's an island. That's not a devastated land, it's one of the randomly generated islands. If I do this world on my own, and I do find infinite lands beyond, I'll let people know, but I haven't seen any. And the ocean is like, I've been 10,000 blocks out, it's just ocean. There's nothing there. Okay, so the devastated lands are on the southeastern side. Alright, here's what I think their original plan was, before they did the whole make the world infinite thing. I think you saw how big Zone 3 was. You saw how big Zone 2 is, the desert area. It's massive. It's absolutely fucking massive. Zone 1's a little bit small in comparison, but it still felt sizable enough. I think the original plan for Orbis, judging by the old world type, that I feel dirty by looking at, by the way, I think the plan was this. Basically, Zone 1's a continent, Zone 2 is a continent, Zone 3 is a continent. They're just putting continents together. They're putting land masses together. Let's freak the game out. Let's try to get back. It already generated these chunks, so I should load them in fast. Let me just try to get over to where those devastated lands were. There's somewhere over here. Let's see how big these devastated lands are. Because that was my big gripe, is the devastated lands felt like just small islands or medium islands. No, these are lands that are devastated. Rather large looking. It still looks like an island though. Do note that I'm teleporting around. Thousands of blocks probably at a time. No, this is large. Look how large this is. This is going to be continent size, isn't it? It's not carving into the south yet. There's the southern tip right there. Look how large that is. Like, this actually feels like the devastated lands and not the devastated fucking island. It's still going. So I think that was the plan. I think every zone in Hytale was supposed to be a continent. If you judge Hytale based off of how the world generation is right now, World Gen V1, you have to remember the way the worlds generate in Hytale right now is the result of them very quickly cobbling this together. There's supposed to be oceans, there's supposed to be islands of oceans, and there's supposed to be more infinite lands beyond it. Now, you see how big the devastated lands are. You see how large they are. I'm gonna go back to where, over here. Back here. I'm gonna stay out of the oceans. There's nothing interesting, there's literally nothing interesting in the oceans. You can load up the old world type yourself and take a poke around yourself and see. Nothing interesting. Boring. I think once we've explored everything and gotten to a point where I'm satisfied, I think I will start up a new world where we just explore the old world type, because it has everything in it. Granted, you don't have the infinite land. That's the trade-off. You don't have the infinite land, so whatever world you get is what you get. But who says you can't spin up another instance and then just have a teleporter? You mod in a teleporter that warps between those instances. This is still going, by the way. I haven't hit the eastern side of this. So Zone 4 is on the southeastern side. Okay. Zone 1's in the middle. Zone 3 is to the north. Zone 2 is to the south. Zone 4 is to the southeast. Zone 5 probably would have been into the southwest. Zone 6 would have been to the northwest. And they probably would have had one final zone to the northeast. See, now we finally hit the edge of the devastated lands. It's huge. It's huge. Look how huge this is. I'm literally teleporting around to get a scale of like how large this world is. Alright, in my opinion, this is my opinion. If Hytale was like this, if it was just like, okay, there's this infinite San Andreas oceans around the world, with no lands beyond that, no caves beyond it, and the world is mainly, but in a trade-off, you have these really large fucking, like, MMO-like continents. These are huge. I mean, you still have these, like, little random islands you could go and, like, settle on if you fucking wanted to. In fact, that island would be the perfect land to just build a base on to get access to this infinite land. Here's the kicker. I'm gonna go right here. Do the dinosaurs spawn. We've learned that ashlands and volcanic areas are where we find these dinosaurs. This is something I said. Like, man, like, are there any larger infinite lands? Because, like, the one that Simon was on seemed huge. Simon was playing on the old world type. Let's find out if there's dinosaurs. I don't think so. No, what in the fuck is this? Oh, this is the bottom of the cave. This is what the bottom of the volcanoes look like. It's the treasure room. I just want to see if there's dinos. I think it was Ashlands was one of the biomes that had it. That's to the north. It's obvious that the jungles that were added were, like, last minute. But they have to exist because we saw Simon walking there one. Yep. Here they are. And they're large enough, too, to allow the actual structures to... And there's the biome I was looking for. This. Okay, I can completely confirm Simon was playing on the old world type. The world type we have now is, like, a shitty version. The trade-off is the worlds are infinite. I don't care about the infinite worlds. I'd rather have a really large... As long as the continent itself is fucking massive. I don't care if the world isn't infinite. I want to make a new world, I make a new fucking world. One way they could counteract that would be to make the game like Terraria, where you can make portals that go between different worlds. And I think that's planned, actually. But here's the structure that we saw Simon with. This, like, shot for shot, this looks like where Simon was. And here's the trees I was talking about. What kind of fucking wood is this? It's just deadwood, right? Crystal wood log. And crystal leaves. It's beautiful. Are there any Slothians here? I don't think so. The better question is, are there any dinos? So it's under the ashlands like normal. These are probably structures you're never going to see in normal gameplay. Look at this. Nah, I better not. That might be a Torii gate. One other possible trade-off is maybe there's no dinosaurs. Unless the dinos only spawn in the jungle and not the crystal forest. Let me poke around and see if I can't find any dinos. So either dinosaurs don't spawn, or it's just in this crystal forest biome they don't spawn. What is this? Environment for jungle under... No, it is underground jungle. So maybe the old world type doesn't spawn with the spawners form. So, like, do you want the smaller islands but dinosaurs and infinite worlds, or do you want to have, like, this? And if only you could... You might be able to mod in the dinosaurs into here. But no, I haven't deconfirmed that there aren't any dinos. Dude, we're hitting 6 hours. I wanted to stop. Oh, it's gonna be a 4-hour stream, guys. No, that's a lie. That's always a lie. Right, it's gonna cut off here because we're hitting this type of biome. It's always the... It's never the volcanoes, but like the lava areas, yeah. Haven't seen any Yoshis and I haven't seen any T-Rexes. I like the Slothians that disappeared, probably hunted them all. That's my headcanon, that's what I'm sticking with. The Slothians killed all the dinosaurs off, but they killed them off faster than they could reproduce, so, like, the Slothians had to leave. They had to abandon their underground sanctuary because they killed off the dinos. But I think spawns are tied to the biome, so if I go to, like, the biome I know we saw in the main world, like these biomes over here, we'll probably see dinos. Because it should still be using the same code, just a different world gen type. It should be over here, we should see dinos. No, we don't. At least not here, anyway. Unless I just fucked something up and, like, the world isn't generating NPCs. Yeah, I'm not seeing any, like, Yoshis or T-Rexes. I would have seen them by now. No man-eating plants or anything. Honestly, I prefer it. Because, goddamn, those fucking man-eating plants are annoying. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vietnam. If Vietnam was underground. That's basically what this is Vietnam. It's an actual Slothian village. Japanese-style houses and everything. I don't think these generate in the game at all. Are there chests lying around? No? That would be one place to build your base, though. I mean, you've got a pre-built base right there. Just plop a portal in it and you're good to go. But yeah, there are jungles. Just no dinosaurs. And a random house in a wall. Ooh, we got some Z fighting going on here. I've also noticed there's not really a lot of caveage going on here. I don't think there's any caves. Yeah, that's the ocean, I think. Let's go up to the surface and see if I can't find any NPCs. I might have dicked something up and no NPCs are spawning. Look at, dude, look at this. Is that a portal dungeon? I've never even seen these. Yeah. I think I just fucked up when I created the creative world and made it so NPCs don't spawn. Because I'm not seeing anything up here either. So it could be possible I just didn't spawn NPCs. No, there's a guy here. There's a guy. There are NPCs. There's just no dinosaurs. That's a little bit of a letdown. Because this world, I would love to explore this world type and just exist in it. But there's no dinos. There's also no caves either. But then again, the caves and the devastated lands kind of sucked anyway. So I'm looking around. I'm flying above where the... You can see where we're at, biome-wise. It looks like the way... I actually would be okay with this if there weren't any caves, because the caves kind of suck. Look at this. This is how you'd get into this place normally. Just like doing like Journey to the Center of the Earth. You gotta find an opening in the volcano. This is how you get here. So you jump down the volcano, do a leap of faith, and then they need to be here. Amongst sloth kind and the dinosaurs that don't exist. The lack of dinosaurs make it very eerie. So yeah, no dinos, unfortunately. But it's larger, it's way larger. Like, again, if I just no-clip, you can see how large it is. I mean, there's an entire fucking landmass. It's huge. It's a continent. So I would lose infinite lands and I would lose dinosaurs. Those are the two things I would lose. Because I haven't seen any dinosaurs spawn. There's also no caves in Zone 4. You have to hop down a volcano. And it's clear this is incomplete. These structures are incomplete. There's no loot chests or anything in them. Random air block, though. Oh, wait, no! Look, there's dinosaurs! Okay, no, there's no drawback to this, then. The dinosaurs just spawn in a specific biome. We got pterodactyls, we got these guys. So what environment is this? This is a different environment. Environment jungles. The biome doesn't help. There's like sub-biomes. How come it's spawning dinos here, but not where I was before? The fuck? Maybe my world is just that lagged the fuck out. Because I was flying around so much, I probably need to restart my game. Oh, yep, there's a Yoshi! Yoshi! I've never thought I'd be so fucking happy to see a goddamn Yoshi that wants to rip my goddamn face off. Hey, buddy! I thought you didn't exist. I'm just gonna murder your face now. And now there's one less Yoshi in the world. Now I am sad. I think I'm gonna generate a world with this. I want to show you how to do this. Here's how you do this. It's a little bit on the silly side. So if you want to set up a world like this, where you have these continents to explore, the only drawback... Oh great, the fucking poison plants are here too. Fucking fantastic. So if you want to have continental world types, the only drawback is you don't have the infinite lands, but the world is a lot larger. Here's how you do this. I want to show you how you do this. Let's do a marker. We're gonna go back to main menu. Right. Here's what you gotta do. Go to worlds, you go create a world. You just create a world like normal. Set your penalty to none, like however you want this to be. We'll turn on better map. And we'll turn on the we'll turn on the high dungeons. The craftable gear. And the persistent crossbow, perfect parries. Skeleton banging shield. And more more crossbows. And where's the repair thing? No durability loss on repair. Do that. There's a little bit weird stuff you have to do in order to set this up correctly. So when you first spawn into the world, you're gonna be in the current world type. That's the small continent, the small starter continent, the devastated lands in the corners, and then the infinite lands, which is just boring. If you want to have an actual massive world to explore, but it has a limit, it has an end, the oceans, you do this. This is what you do. And the cool thing about having the large continents like that is because the world is, each zone is large enough, you will have enough space to have each type of biome to spawn. The first thing you gotta do is you gotta do opt self. This is how you do this. You're gonna hit O, you're gonna hit B, go to world, go to instances, go to Hytale assets, scroll down until you see default old. You hit spawn. You give it a minute. Okay? That's the first part of the puzzle. The second piece of the puzzle is how to make this your default world. Because if you go type in worlds list, you can see there is default, and then instance, default old, and then a bunch of blah, 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 blah. Yeah, well, we don't want that. What happens if I die? Like, let me get a rock. Give me a rock. And just do, like, kill. Now, remember we had keep inventory turned on? Yeah. It's not turned on in this world, so you have to do something a little bit extra with this. But we did respawn in the same world. So this is our world. The first step that we have to do is we have to make the world that I'm in the default world. So it's like world default, right? It's world WORLD set default. The wrong number of things. What? 1 actual 0. 1 cannot find world 1. Fuck you. Now you see the world is called like default instance, default world, whatever the fuck. Now that we've created this, here's what I gotta do. We gotta go back to the main menu. I forgot this is what we gotta do. Go back to main menu. Go into worlds again. I'm gonna go into open folder. In this that exists, there's a folder that says universe. I'm gonna double click on universe, double click on worlds. There's a world here that's called instance default old. I'm going to just click that once, click it again. I want to type in default. I want to just name it default continents. I had to do this while I'm not loaded in the world. I'm going to close this out. Go back. Load into continents. I did that for a reason. The worlds, you remember it was like default old instance and had a bunch of letters and numbers in it. That's a pain in the ass to remember. The name of the world is actually like what the name of the folder is. Now it's probably going to kick me back to the default world because the last place we saved in was somewhere else. If that's the case, we'll see it. Yeah, it says fail to find whatever. That's fine. Worlds list. Worlds, damn it, slash, I can't type now. Worlds list. Alright, and then I think, I'm trying to remember. I think it was like TP world default continents. Yes, you can use the teleport command to teleport you between worlds. That's what you do, by the way. When you run that command without specifying coordinates, it'll actually teleport you to world spawn. So now we're back here. Remember, we're back in the continents world. The next step I need to do is I need to make this world the default world. So you go world, set default, and then default, default. I cannot type continents. And now this world is now our default world. Now the next thing you need to do is worlds prune / confirm. Now, what I just did, the world that I generated into when I first created this world, that's the one that's using the quote-unquote new world gen. That's not world gen v2. I know it's confusing. There's a world gen v2. There is world gen v1, and there's like a world gen like 0.9 where it doesn't have infinite worlds. So this world will have really, 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 really large contents. Like we can see there's a little bit of zone 2 down here. But like this is a pretty large world. Zone 1 is a little bit smaller compared to the other two, but these, if we go north, we'll see zone 3. We go south, we see zone 2. If we go southeast, we'll see zone 4. And the world itself is pretty fucking large. And there's a lot more structures that spawn too. Just remember, as soon as you hit the ocean, turn around. There's nothing else to do. There's one other thing to do here. I'm gonna have to go into creative for this to get into help. I think it's called config. It's like world config. World gen, world path. I think it's, yeah, world. It's world settings. Commands for managing world settings. There is keep loaded pre-generate gameplay config. Set gameplay config. World settings gameplay config set value whatever options. There's a way easier way to do this. I'm gonna make sure I'm not in creative. I'm gonna do op self to de-op myself. I'm gonna go back to main menu yet again. Right. So if you go into worlds and continents and you hit edit, you see that we still have like these things. We can no longer mess with this. This no longer functions, which is unfortunate. But there's a way to get around this. I want to open folder. Go inside universe. Inside universe, I'm going to go inside worlds. Default _ continents. There's a thing in here called config.json. I want to double click on that. I'm going to look inside that. Let me just go ahead and do display capture. This is the default config JSON for the default continents world I just created. So you can see display name is default old. You can see the world gen is type is Hytale, name is instance default old. So I guess if you really wanted to, you could just convert a world into the default old world type. like just changing the name thing. You want to scroll down. I think it's somewhere in here. There's some option or setting in here somewhere for creating the, like, keep inventory. You see it's right here. So, is ticking true, block ticking, PvP enabled, is fall damage enabled, is game paused. It's missing. What you have to do, we have to do something a little bit fucky here. I have to go back up to saves. I have to go to Azura's Adventures in Hytale. Same thing. There is a universe in here. There is memories, worlds, default. There's a config.json in here. Same thing. If we scroll down, I think there's another setting in here that shows, yeah, it's down here. There's death. So it's underneath gameplay config. So we go back into our previous folder. Chunk config, required plugins. There's plugins, right? This is a JSON. You can just easily do this. So what you want to do, it's underneath required plugins. I'm trying to find exactly where it's at. Game mode is set to adventure mode. That's interesting that it's actually set to adventure mode and not exploration mode. So we're in adventure mode. We're actually in the mode that should not be enabled. There's supposed to be quests and stuff here, but there's in the story, but not. Gameplay config is set to default. All you really have to do where's the part where it said death? I'm trying to find it again. I can't find it. Am I looking at the wrong thing? It's interesting that it actually does consider that an adventure. Okay, so underneath gameplay config where it says default, I'm trying to find it on the other thing. What you want to do is, this is the JSON thing. Copy all of this. Literally all of this. Do like a click on the left-hand side where your arrow looks like this. JSONs are very fucking picky. God help you if you miss a fucking squiggly. It throws a fucking fit. This is under gameplay config. So I've went and copied all this. I'll hit copy. Alright, now in this folder, this is the one we're looking for. It doesn't matter where I stick it in here. It's delete on remove, false, whatever. We can just go ahead and hit return space, paste it in, backspace. Make sure there's no spaces. Make sure when I do arrow right, it's going here. God help you if you forget a squiggly. JSONs break. I hate messing with JSONs directly. We'll go ahead, we'll hit save, and now we'll load back into the game. I am invisible. I don't want to be invisible. Now that I've done that, I'm going to hit escape, and then I'm going to load it. Now, if I did this correctly, it doesn't matter where in the config that is, honestly. It's literally just like the game is scanning that JSON file, looking for that declarement for, is this a, is there a flag in here called death? And then is there a brackets open and close, and then like the declarements for the death condition. That's all that is. You could probably do this with commands as well, but alright, let me lag the game out. Give me a rock. Give me the rock that's here. Right. I'm gonna opt self again. /kill. And you can see item loss prevented in this world. There you go. You now have a continental world type. You now have keep inventory turned on. And we have our mods that are in here as well. There's no way to check if I have the mods installed, though, without, like, I guess spawning in the work table. Is it a like, weaponsmith? Yep. Mithril crossbow, thorium crossbow. Yep, our mods are working. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you set up a large continental world type, I'll bet finite. If you ever get bored and you want to have a default world type, I guess you could always just run a / command to go back in here, but there's also a way you can use the asset editor to create a portal. An ancient gateway portal that's like in creative mode. And I guess you could set one at spawn to warp back to like the actual Hytale world, but it's large enough. You saw how large the world was. You saw how large the continent was. It was insanely large. I think I'll be playing on this world. I'm going to delete my main world yet again and play on this world, because I think by the time I actually truly fully explore this continental world, I think they'll release World Gen V2. The only drawback is if they add anything else feature-wise, it may not go into this world. But I think it might be fun. That's going to do it for me tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. Don't forget to do, like, op self to remove op from yourself. That's going to do it for me tonight. Thank you all so much for watching this really long-winded stream, and thank you for watching this little video show-off, I guess. I don't know if I'll cut this off and make it its own thing or not. I probably will. I'll just, like, edit it up to make it shorter. I'll catch you guys next time on the actual main world that I'm playing on. And we're going to go into the shards, the shard worlds. The shards of Orbis. Along with the Young's Dungeon thing. I think that'll be fun. I've been Tsukino Azura. Thank you so much for watching. I will catch you guys next time. And until then, rest well and sweet dreams.